Good morning. Let's get seated so that we can start with our symposium. Thank you very much for making time to join me. Honorable Chair, honorable members, you are greeted, and ladies and gentlemen. So yesterday we received various presentations. We left here more informed, more educated, more enlightened. I think the first set of presentations, they were from the Department of Communications and Digital Technology, ICASA, as well as SABC. And in the main, they were hinting to the challenges relating to the policy vacuum insofar as addressing the online disinformation is concerned. However, the committee appealed to them to then say, look into the current policy and regulatory environment and check what is it that you can be able to do in order to curb the disinformation, misinformation, and fake news ahead of the next year elections. We also received the presentations from IEC and FPB. In the main, they were outlining their activities aimed at curbing the disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. We have also learned yesterday that the IEC is partnering with the digital platforms in terms of a framework of cooperation which is aimed at countering or dealing with this challenge that we are faced with. And we hope that today, when those digital platforms will then be presenting, they will also share more light in terms of the work that they are doing. From the FPB side, we have learned, and we would like to appreciate the Parliament for what it has done for empowering our regulatory institution by giving it the necessary power to then deal with the online challenges in the context of the Films and the Publication Act. Yes, the members then hinted that more collaboration can be explored in order to ensure that as a team, together, collectively, we can then be able to address this challenge. Notably, the IEC also provided an update to all of us and to the committee in terms of the work that they are doing with respect to the registration of the political parties who are going to be contesting for the next year selection. They've given you a hint as to how the ballot might look like. They hinted that it might be a booklet, but it was just a hint. We are not so sure as to how it's going to look like in light of the number of the political parties and the independent candidates that are then expected to contest for the next year selection. They've also shared with us the work that they are doing at the African Union level, trying to come up with some guideline of some sort in order to curb the disinformation. The last set of the presentations that we have received, they were from NAB and GCIS. And in the main, the NAB then outlined their role as an industry body representing the broadcasters and the work that they do in terms of the policy and regulatory issues affecting the broadcasters. In the main, highlighting the code that they have for the broadcasters, which they need to adhere to, which will also assist in terms of curbing the disinformation, misinformation, and fake news. And they've also highlighted that they have then adopted an online code, which they then, their members, who are then signatories, are then expected to adhere to those prescripts. From the GCIS side, they then enlightened us in terms of the work and the activities that they normally do in preparation for the election, the monitoring that they have indicated at certain intervals to then identify and then cap the misinformation. The members then hinted that there could be a bigger role that the GCIS can then play from the government side in terms of coordinating the government approach as we then fight this challenge that we are faced with. What was critical, Chair, and the members, was that during COVID-19, we were able to come together and deal with the problem simply because we have identified that problem as a common enemy. And everyone rallied behind to ensure that we then deal with the challenge that we were facing. The problem now is we don't have that concerted effort. There are various efforts that are being taken all over, and there is need to have a coherent approach so that we can then tackle this issue. It was also hinted that the issue in the main is the user-generated content as to where this thing is then emanating from. And it was then also indicated that some of the instigators, peddlers of this information, is also coming from the political parties or from the politicians, which then becomes a challenge. But together, we can then be able to deal with this situation to ensure that our citizens are fully informed as they go into the polls next year with the correct information. So today, we are going to have the presentation from Research ICT Africa, as well as Google. After those two presentations, we will then receive the presentation from Meta and TikTok. We'll have a presentation from SCCF and SOS. And after lunch, we'll then have the presentation by Right to Know campaign, R2K, as well as the MMA, a media monitoring. That will be the last one. So, having said that, I would like to welcome the presenter from Research ICT Africa so that they can then take us through their presentation. And I would also like to invite the rep from Google, Abongile, is it going to be you? So that you can, yeah, if you can please come and sit here in front, then you will present after Research ICT Africa, and we will then have a discussion. Over to you, Dr. Scott. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Thank you very much. Just to confirm, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you. You may proceed.
Okay, perfect. And you have my slides up on the screen for everyone to watch. Okay. Let me begin. Good morning, Honourable Chair, Honourable members of the committee. Thank you for inviting us to speak to you today on a topic of information disorders ahead of the 2024 national election. My name is Dr. Scott Timke, and I'm joined here today with my colleague Hanani Hilmini. We are research staff at ICT Africa, a telecommunications, data, and AI think tank based in Cape Town, South Africa, although we have a continental footprint. We are part of AREA's AI, Democracy and Misinformation team, and our email address is on a slide if you'd like to contact us. Our team has actively been studying the political, economic, and social drivers of misinformation, disinformation, and information disorders for 3 years, as well as the various interventions made by actors to address these same predicaments. Included within our agenda in our research agenda is a study of AI and democracy, AI ethics, content moderation, as well as data governance and platform injustices. Since forming in 2019, our team has produced a various number of technical reports, commentaries, policy briefs, and the like. We have a wide depth of expertise in these areas. Our methodological toolkit includes legal analysis, media analysis, gender analysis. We do a number of evaluative reviews, we do stakeholder interviews, we do event trackings, particularly of elections across the African continent, and then we also use some techniques from comparative political sociology. What I'm trying to indicate over here is we use a mixed methods, well-rounded with our expertise to bring to bear upon the questions. This is our lens, this is our approach, this is our philosophy to these types of issues. We're not just simply looking at the institutional context, we're trying to understand the social context in which misinformation, information disorders occur. In this presentation, we're going to lay out the context in which information disorders operate in Africa. This will be a context in which where we can talk more specifically about the South African context, the South African challenges, and the types of nuances that are at play within our environment. We're also going to be talking about some of the challenges identified in information disorders. This will be a synthesis of a number of studies that we've conducted and other experts in the field have conducted. And then we're going to provide a look into emerging trends as we see it, as we've undertaken our research, and as we have communicated with peer organizations. We are trying to bring your attention to anticipated areas of concerns. And then finally, we're also going to be providing recommendations for elected officials, election officials, civil society organizations, and so on. The reason we do that in this venue is to try and increase the depth of the conversation in this area. While the public is not necessarily here per se, there's still things that we can convey that people can pass on to those particular communities. One of the things to keep in mind is that information disorder is a very broad term that encompasses a variety of actors, events, processes. It's very much a term that is both contested, but it is also one that there's not a lot of certainty. The term is very malleable and gets deployed with a lot of flexibility. In this sense, misinformation, disinformation, information disorders becomes a bit of a catch-all phrase for everyone to leverage. It's very helpful that we become much more precise about what we're talking about. We all know that we can generally take for granted that misinformation is false or inaccurate information that is spread unintentionally or without malice. Disinformation, on the other hand, is false or misleading information that is spread with malice. There's a deliberate intent to deceive. And then malinformation is a degree of partiality, that there's true information that may cause harm or reputational damage, but may be one-dimensional or maybe out of context or maybe incomplete. Information disorders are not a new phenomenon in Africa. It predates what we call the post-truth era, and it can be connected to the marriage of corporate media and state-sponsored propaganda that has been prevalent in many African countries for many decades. However, the advent of digital technologies and social media platforms has amplified, and this is important, the scale, spread, and reach of information disorders. What it's also done, those attributes have allowed the cost of misinformation campaigns to be radically reduced, that any one individual can now become a prominent actor upon the political sphere. So we're not trying to look at big organizations that are particularly well funded. Those do exist, but we're also looking at individual actors who may be motivated by one or other such ideology, agenda, so on and so forth. This means that the potential risks to democracy, the negative impacts, grow quite substantially. They also threaten human rights. But we also need to keep this in scale. We also need to recognize that the reach of regulations aren't always going to be able to get to all of these actors. So we need to think about what type of social environment do we have that gives rise to these actors and their projects. Regulation itself is not going to be a full solution. The other thing we need to recognize is that democracy itself involves challenge, contention, and disagreement. By nature, there is a degree of polarization during elections as people come to make decisions about what the future course of society may bring. And this by nature is very emotive. People have intense feelings about this, as is their right. This also extends into the meanings, understandings, and presumed implications of events, policies, and actions. All of this is to say that what may look like misinformation to one particular person may be an essential truth for another person. We need to recognize that this is a contested field. We also need to recognize that platforms, because of the digital transformation, the speed, scale, reach that we spoke about, are central venues where the creation of narratives that shape public opinion and influence political behavior factor into those said meanings, understandings, and presumed implications. The one thing that our research shows, and is confirmed by other organizations that work in this field, is that WhatsApp appears to be the key headwater for information disorders in African countries. While information may start at the top, and we'll explain what the term means in a moment, it sort of is very much sort of filtered and distributed by WhatsApp, and that's then followed by platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. Information disorders often shared to confirm paradigms and reinforce existing beliefs rather than to inform or educate. What a lot of the work that, a lot of the information disorders, a lot of the misinformation we see is paradigm affirming rather than an extension or the like. There are beliefs that already exist in societies. The misinformation that's spread on these platforms comes to reinforce it. These are reinforcing actions. These are paradigm confirming actions. As we've sort of alluded to, elections are friction points for information disorders because of their high stakes nature and that involve competition, polarization, and uncertainty. Now, we all know, and there's a reason why we're here, is that information disorders can undermine the credibility and legitimacy of elections. They can erode trust in democratic institutions and processes and incite violence and conflict, while also manipulating voter behavior and their preferences. And ultimately, all of these things, when they accumulate, start to form disenfranchisement pressures that may be leveraged against certain groups of voters or to the society as such. One of the difficulties in the South African environment is that existing literacy comprehension rates are very low. There's one notable study that found that most grade 4s in South Africa cannot read for meaning. This means that many people may not necessarily have the skills to evaluate the information they encounter online or offline. While connectivity has improved in recent years, the digital divides that we lament mean that much misinformation is spread by word of mouth, even if it originated online. So we need to understand that the online world over here is a gateway for dissemination that occurs offline. Again, we need to understand, or we need to think about whether regulation at the tech level is sufficient, or whether we need to think about other complementary methods to address misinformation. I'm going to hand the presentation over now to my colleague Hanani, and he's going to walk you through some of the challenges of misinformation.
Thank you, Scott, and good morning, honorable members, and everybody else in the room. I'm just going to walk you through the main challenges that we have found throughout our various studies on information disorders. And I think already, as Scott has alluded to, that there is the issue of people sharing misinformation, not because they necessarily think that it's true, but because it signals affiliations and allegiances. So basically, this also ties in with the point of reinforcing existing beliefs. There's this term that is commonly used, and they call it an echo bubble, where if somebody kind of agrees with your line of thinking or with your beliefs, those messages tend to be more amplified simply because they align better with your preconceived conceptions and your beliefs. And so misinformation spreads more this way, probably because there's nobody else to challenge it, and also because it is easier to confirm than to deny. And so what we have seen in the previous few years is that platforms have started to provide tools to report misinformation and other harms, but they tend to be very slow to act on these reports. Another problem that we have found is that while this is more prevalent, especially within the Western world, in the African context, this is even much more slower, because a lot of misinformation and disinformation is spread using vernacular languages on which some of these detection tools are not trained upon. And so it then becomes much more easier to miss these bits of misinformation, and even harder to confirm whether or not they are true, because the same moderators might not necessarily be local people. Another issue that we have picked up upon is the issue of deceptive design. Now, I'm sure, as many of you have come to see, there have been some debates about the role of certain platforms in the electoral processes and in democratic processes, in the sense of just how much do they influence what users consume or how users are supposed to think. You can think of the Cambridge case and the analytical case, wherein the issue of likes, the issue of opinion shaping became a huge issue there. So when we talk about deceptive design in this particular context, we're talking about a situation whereby the user is made to think that by liking something, they are simply just liking it, but at the end of the day, that like might be used to shape what kind of content they end up consuming or what becomes recommended towards them. And in that way, it becomes an opinion shaping tool. And so it's one of the things that we've seen emerging in previous years. And we've done a few interviews with fact checkers throughout the continent. We've spoken to a few in South Africa, to a few in other regions in Africa. And what we found is that there's a lack of funding for fact checkers. And most of them aren't actually rolled or bankrolled by government. In fact, most of them are privately funded and are independent media fact checkers who are working in the public interest. And so their work is only limited by the funding that they have. And so that is one of the challenges that they faced, is that they can't actually spread their wings or to do more fact checking without the resources. But also, fact checkers lack access to data and research in order to train AI content moderation. It's no secret that at this particular point, a lot of our data is locked behind different silos, and it is also not interoperable, so that even if they had access to it, they might not necessarily be able to use that data for any kind of AI training or for any kind of research. And so currently, AI content moderation is unreliable. We've seen it being used on a number of platforms. Generally, it has been hit and miss, with more misses than it has been hits. And so in essence, it might actually never be reliable, but this is something that we will leave to be seen. But also there's a lack of standardized terminology. When talking about misinformation, there are certain terms that are flagged, especially when we're talking about AI that is used to train AI that is content moderating. And so there's a lack of standardization. Of key note is that we had a previous study that we just conducted this year, where in Kenya, in their previous election, because of the differences in languages, one word might be flagged as, being maybe a hate speech word or being used as a word that is a key term when it comes to the spread of misinformation. But because of the lack of nuance and because of the lack of, human oversight, sometimes this might actually be something that is flagged as wrong, but is not actually wrong. And so in the where we're missing a sort of dictionary of standardized terminology, it makes it much harder to detect misinformation, because what the AI or what the human moderators might think is wrong might not actually be, but there is a need for the standardized terminology. And so in the next point of our presentation, I'm going to hand over back to my colleague, Dr. Scott. He's going to walk us through the recommendations for the different parties or the different actors within electoral processes. Just some of these recommendations come from studies that we have conducted, and they should help the democratic process going forward. Over to you, Scott.
Thank you, Hanani. To build out on recommendations, there's several realms in which we need to think where work can be done. For election officials themselves, we recommend a multi-layered, multimodal method of voter engagement campaigns. For example, online resources, Q&As, branded video tutorials that we think would be very helpful. As one needs to, educational resources in voters' preferred languages, also their preferred ways of speaking. For example, in Jamaica a couple of years ago, they did a voter education campaign that was undertaken in Patois, but also Calypso Patois, which is a variety of a language spoken on the island. And so it was the mode and the language that met the moment. And we need to think about how to provide educational resources in these manners. Something that's also particularly helpful is pre-prepared rumor control pages that can be deployed as and when need be, and that can be checked up upon when needed. This speaks to the need to have independent authoritative sources and the public be in more intense conversation and more frequent conversation. One of the things that we see in South Africa is there's an extreme degree of hierarchy, segmentation, and indeed stratification between authoritative independent sources and the public from which they come from. It's also useful to leverage civil society groups, parties, and candidates to help amplify accurate election information. With all members of the society, with all major groups of the society forming a social pact around, or social compact around the need to have free and fair elections and to do their best to amplify that information would be very helpful. Another item that is particularly useful to pay attention to is early and active reinforcement of political advertising regulations. These go a long way to setting a tone about what kinds of content and manner of delivering content it conforms to the human rights paradigms. Again, we think that there's very useful to have press briefings, workshops, parties around all aspects of elections, whether it be political advertising, personal data protection, so on and so forth. And then we also believe that it's very important for election officials to collaborate, perhaps even provide funding for fact-checking organizations, many which Hanani said are working in a public interest, and oftentimes the public interest isn't something that is funded mostly by philanthropy, but philanthropy depends upon the whims of those providing the funds. Democracy requires a little bit more than that. When it turns to elected representatives like yourselves, we think that there may be use in thinking about giving greater mandates to election bodies like the IEC. We're also inviting companies like today to provide more frequent and deeper technical briefings about what they're doing on the election policies. For example, when it comes to internet service providers and platforms, it's useful to request that they provide written submissions on the changes that they've implemented in the election policies since the last election in South Africa, which is 2019. What have they done? What do they anticipate doing? And trying to use the power of elected representatives over commercial interests to ensure that democracy trumps the market. We also think that it's important to have active liaison with computer incident response teams to try and prevent election and voter interference. And then as misinformation comes from the top, in other words, it comes from coordinated, strategic plans by parties and the like, that you hold your colleagues accountable and correct their factual inaccuracies where they happen to be in your party, where they happen to be in another party. Going into civil society, we think that it's useful to develop contacts amongst election officials and independent democratic officials. Civil society organizations are very useful to channel and distribute. They have useful vehicles for shaping perceptions about legitimacy. And it's useful to bring them in, to use them as partners to help ensure movement on those fronts. They can be very useful to help provide accurate information in preferred languages and formats, much like the Jamaican example I spoke about. And they're also useful, they are helpful to focus on high-yield interventions with large audiences. One of the things that we see in technical solutions to misinformation is they tend to be very narrow and very focused, rather than trying to look at the social realm. So civil society organizations are very useful to think about the social component of misinformation. When it comes to journalists, we'll just, in the interest of time, we'll keep the matter very tight. One of the main things is to avoid the trivialization of politics, whether it be sensationalized stories or clickbait stories. This trivialization of this very important matter for our society needs to be avoided if possible. We need to ensure that, at least with this aspect of electoral contest, that there's a certain seriousness of purpose that our journalists take to. And so whether it be their professional standards bodies or their internal guilds, that these things that they step into and further exercise their muscular democratic watchdog capabilities. When it comes to ISPs and platforms, we spoke a little bit about their election policies. Many ISPs and platforms do have election policies, but they're specifically written for major markets. They aren't necessarily written for places like within Africa that don't bring as much revenue to their budget or to their bottom line. We're very helpful to actively liaise with computer incident response teams too, and we recommend that they provide transparent labeling around political advertising that takes place on their platforms. And then, as they already have platforms and major policies in major markets, some of those policies should be used in a South African context to enforce against voter interference and misrepresentations about basic election information. I'm sure these things are something that the ISPs and platforms would wish to do to be good corporate citizens. When it comes to citizens themselves, it's very important to try to improve media literacy, also digital literacy, so that they can start to be a bit more savvy media consumers. It's also very important to try and verify information with IEC sources, but that then returns us back to the IEC needing to provide fair, accurate, and easy to access authoritative information on our elections. I'm going to end our presentation there with a few acknowledgements. We're happy to speak more when it comes to the Q&A session. And again, if any of you have questions or would like some more fine-grained analysis or to read some of our pieces, you have our email addresses, and we're more than happy to correspond about this important matter. Finally, thank you for taking this issue seriously. Misinformation is a democratizing force, and it's wonderful to see elected officials like yourselves take the front foot to try and address this. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Scott and Mr. Hlomani, for that presentation. We will now afford the opportunity to Google. That's going to give us the presentation. We'll have Ms. Abongile Mashile and Sipho Tumbeni. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of parliament. Good morning to the colleagues that are in the room representing various government departments as well as industry players. My name is Abongile Mashele. I'm the Senior Manager for Government Affairs and Policy from Google. I'm not here alone. I'm here with my colleague Sipho Tumbeni. He will introduce himself later, but he's a Manager for Government Affairs and Policy at Google. We work together and we lead the engagements for Google in Southern Africa, South Africa. The last time I appeared before the committee, I'm sure I was accounting over something or the other. So in my previous life, so I'm happy to be here at a roundtable format. I hope we'll all have a fruitful and engaging session. I represent Google. Google is a 25-year-old applications company that was formed with one mission, really: organize the world's information and make it easily accessible. And if you look at Google products across the board, the mission remains the same. It started with Google Search. Many of you may be familiar with Google Search, which is basically ranking information that's available on the internet and putting on top of the whatever information you're searching for, credible information. So we seek to ensure that all information that is provided or surfaced on Google platforms is credible. So we are not necessarily a social media company. We have a social media application in the form of YouTube, but we have an array of digital platforms, which as a company, it's important for us to ensure that they are not utilized to spread any form of misinformation or disinformation or any form of harmful content, because the moment it starts extending to that level of harmful content, it takes away the integrity of the platform, it takes away the respect that consumers may have for the platform. So for us, that's very important, first and foremost. And secondly, I think the ICT Africa presentation greatly contextualized that we need to understand the problem before we talk to the solutions. So the problem is, I don't like the term fake news because I think it's been weaponized and it's been used incorrectly in certain instances. So personally, I don't refer to fake news, but there's misinformation and there's disinformation. And the difference between the two is looking at the intent of whoever is putting that information out and sharing it. Misinformation, and I think the presentation before, refers mostly to the intent is not to cause harm. It may be that you don't have the necessary authoritative source, you're not using the authoritative source, and you are either putting that information out there and sharing it. But now disinformation is something slightly different. It's talking to, there is an intent to put out a particular message for a particular objective. It may be a political objective, maybe a financial objective, it may be many different kinds. But now in this context, when we're talking about elections, it would be a political context. People who are putting out particular information to cause confusion somehow in society to meet particular objectives. And misinformation is not new. It has been there. I think the conversations that we had yesterday showcased that misinformation is not new in the digital era, but misinformation has been amplified in the digital era because now we don't have a one way of publishing information. We have a democratized way of sharing information, and I can be the publisher of my own truth, and I can create a website, I can use social media platforms. So it has created a different angle of how we look at misinformation, but that doesn't mean we overlook the other self-regulatory instruments that are there. Broadcasters spoke about their self-regulatory instruments. Print media, for instance, they have their own self-regulatory mechanisms that they have been using to make sure that their platforms are credible, to make sure that whatever information they put out there is authoritative. And I think from our perspective as a tech company, we also want to make sure and focus on how do we educate consumers so that they understand what is authoritative information, and also how do we make sure that the platforms that we have are not utilized to spread misinformation and disinformation. So my presentation will not necessarily focus on the education element, because I think everyone has spoken about that. Everyone contributes to the education element, and I think all of us collectively, as part of the outcome, we need to talk about how do we have the same message to consumers about how they can educate themselves, how they can make sure that they have certain checks before they share information. This presentation will really focus on how does Google develop its products to make sure that it is not used as a means of sharing misinformation and disinformation. And secondly, if it does happen that something comes up and it is not picked up by our systems, how then do we ensure that it is removed? How do we enable reporting, ensure that it is removed, and also update our policies, because we have to be constantly updating our policies to make sure that they respond to the harm. So I've already said Google is a tech company, and our main objective is presenting information in the most useful way, most effective way. So when we talk about the harms of online, we also need to talk about the benefits of how the access to the information has been useful to consumers. So we maximize access to information for everyone, respecting the user. I always say if the users do not like what they see on their platforms, they will vote with their feet and they will move away and go to somewhere else where they feel more comfortable. So for us, respecting of the user is very important, and this includes protection from all kinds of harm, including the types of harms, for instance, that the Film and Publication Board would be looking at, and in misinformation and disinformation. And because we are a tech company, for us it's important to also look at digital transformation broadly, growing the ecosystem. So in our work and in our engagements, we look at helping developers to succeed as well. Now, when we put the spotlight on South African, our elections integrity program, globally, we actually have a program that talks to elections integrity. It is not in anyone's interest to have tech platforms used to destabilize democratic processes or to cause questioning to the integrity of democratic processes. So it's important for us to have the necessary safeguards and support elections and make sure that electoral bodies or electoral processes, democratic electoral processes, are safeguarded, and they are actually assisted by our platforms to share information and to share credible information. Now, how are we supporting elections around the globe? We focus on connecting voters to election information. Most of the time, the first port of call for anyone who is looking for information or credible information will be a Google search. When are IEC registration dates, for instance? A person will search, so it is in our interest to make sure that the information that is provided through that search is credible information from a credible source. The second part, we're protecting our platforms from abuse, and I'll take you through how we do that. And the third part, which I'm really not going to go into detail for this presentation, is helping campaigns enhance their security. So as political players, you will always be easier targets for any cybersecurity attack or any phishing scam. So we need to work together to help you, enable you to use the tools that are available to protect your individual platforms as well as your campaigns, particularly if you are using some of Google's platforms, such as Gmail, for instance, for communication. We look to elevate authoritative information about the election and connect people to the democratic process. This is why the partnership with the IEC is very important. I think in South Africa, we are fortunate enough to be able to say information that is produced by the IEC is the most authoritative in terms of the results, in terms of where people should go and vote, etc., etc. Product context matters. So the harm will manifest differently depending on the product that you are consuming. So as I've already said, Google has quite a number of products. So we've got our photos and our cloud storage platform where we store and share content. Messaging, your Gmail. Messaging and communications is another way where information is shared. Watch and play, that's our Play Store, the Google Play Store, as well as YouTube. And Sipho will take you through later how we work as a company to remove any content that may be deemed illegal or harmful from the watch and play part. Search and explore, that will be your Google search, that will be your maps and your Chrome browser, as well as supporting small businesses, that will be your ads, etc., etc. And generative AI, that's a common thing now that's also coming up. And we have to ensure that across all these products, they are not utilized as any form of sharing harmful content or used to distribute harmful content. So the authoritative search, I've already talked about this. You will notice most of the time, and I think this is what we also did this when we were doing the COVID-19 information. We have organized search results where on top of your search results, we put the most authoritative information in terms of the results. With COVID-19, for instance, we had a partnership with the Department of Health where we agreed that they are the source of authority in terms of the latest COVID-19 information, latest COVID stats. So if someone searches for it, that would be the information that would pop up. Now, advertising is another, it came up yesterday. Advertising is a big component of tech platforms because businesses use the platforms and the consumers that we have to reach clients, potential clients. So there's quite a big advertising drive behind the platforms. And it's important, our advertising policy broadly focuses on showing that we inform consumers. So we provide the relevant, reliable information, because you cannot advertise something that is not true, that is misleading. Now, talking about any product, I'm not even talking about political advertising. Any product that is being advertised on our platforms, we need to make sure it's informing consumers, enabling them to make better choices when using controls like ad set settings when we're talking about Google Ads. Increasing trust is important. Increase trust in ads by making it easier for users to understand the advertiser behind each ad they see from Google. So you will know when an advert has been posted by Abongile Incorporated, that it is from Abongile. And lastly, drive out bad actors, bolsters digital advertising for our advertisers by limiting bad actors' ability to represent themselves on our platforms. Now, something that we've recently launched in South Africa, and we are gradually rolling it out in different jurisdictions, is the political ads policy. This is new at Google. I know other platforms have had it longer. It's new for Google. We are rolling it out in different countries, in different jurisdictions. South Africa is the first where we have rolled it out. I got into trouble the last time I flighted this slide presenting to political parties. The representation of the DA on the slide is because in the transparency report that we have, they were the only political party that has started placing political ads on our platforms. So it may have changed now, I'll check. So with the political ads policy, it basically it enables us to have a controlled way of having political ads flighted on all the Google platforms, across all of them, be it YouTube, be it search, be it play. The requirement that is there for the political ads policy is that you need to register with Google in order for you to place any political ad. So I've been approached by a couple of government departments who've been trying to place ads, and because they have political players in their adverts, people who are current incumbents who would be competing in the elections, we do not allow them to place their ads without following this process. So this process basically says you have to register with us. We have to know who is placing the advert. We have to, we review the content to also check the accuracy of the information that is posted there. And then the fourth part is the transparency report. And I think the transparency report is a great tool for civil society bodies, for governments as well, to understand how much political parties have paid to place ads on our platforms. But over and above knowing how much parties have paid, it also helps us to know who is placing the ads, especially because of what happened in previous years, or the Cambridge Analytica situation that people have been referring to, where you had outside players actually influencing political processes in different jurisdictions. So the transparency helps us to know and understand and detect where the ads are coming from as well. So this is a fairly new policy. It's the first time we'll be rolling it out in South Africa, and it will be, it's already in action actually. So if you want to place an ad, you need to register, and you have to know once you've registered, your ad will be included in the transparency report as well. For anyone who may want to follow that process, you can just Google Political Ads Policy South Africa. It will give you all the information in terms of how you register. It will give you all the information in terms of how you place the ads as well. Secondly, protecting our platforms from abuse is something that we have embedded in how we design the products at Google. So it's important that before, if we know the type of harm that can be manifested online, we develop our products to make sure that they pick up that harm before it even hits the platform or goes out to the consumer. An easy one that I know there's universal acceptance that is a form of harm is child sexual abuse material. So when we design our products by design, we make sure that it prevents that type of abuse from being placed on our platforms. So firstly, the protect angle, we focus on safety by design and verification of actors. This prevents abuse from happening through safety by design and verification systems at the actor level. So when you input the information, policies and intel, policies at Google are constantly being updated, constantly being changed, and the policies are not only informed by the laws of the country, which are the base that we have, but they are also informed by the reports that we have, especially when it comes to picking up harmful content, which is between legal and illegal. Harmful content is very difficult to decipher what exactly it is. So we constantly have to be updating our policies, gaining intel, and researching on various forms of harmful content. The detection part is where we actually have classifiers who build, train, test, and deploy classifiers who measure with precision and recall any information that may be there. And this could be an automated classifier. It doesn't necessarily, my FPB people mean there's an actual human. It means there's been some machine learning that has been embedded on our platforms so that we can detect that. The fourth part under the detect is flags. We have a trusted flaggers program where we actually rely on consumers sometimes to report information that may contravene the policies. So we assess incoming flags from users, from partners, from government, where they tell us that this information may be crossing a boundary be it hate speech, be it misinformation, etc., etc. Lastly, respond where we enforce decisions. So if we find that a particular post or information that is there has contravened our policies, then we remove it. And then there's also a portion for incidents and appeals. So if you feel really that the decision that has been taken by our people is contrary to the law or is contrary to the values and norms of the society, you can appeal, and those are adjudicated. So there was a question yesterday that was passed about information is not removed on platforms. Information is removed. I don't know of any platform that can operate in any jurisdiction and not comply with the legal provisions of that law in terms of the limitations of speech. In South Africa, we know that there are specific limitations in terms of Section 16, and we have to make sure if there is a legal provision that provides for that, you remove the content if it has been picked up on your platform. The policy, what we call the rules of the road, are policies that we develop as a company based on the sensitivities that we're picking up in different jurisdictions. So we would then, it's something, policy, the information that, removals that are based on policy are not necessarily removals that are based on something that is illegal, like child sexual abuse images or hate speech, but it would be other areas where the content may be contravening. So there's a whole process, and I think I've already talked about this. There's a process of how we evolve our policies and standards to stay ahead of online abuse. The first one is to monitor emerging harms, so the user feedback that I made reference to, the trusted flagger and civil society inputs. We have trusted flaggers that we work with, regulatory guidance. We engage with regulators as well to try and understand what are the nuances that are emerging in that market, research and intel. The second part, we gather examples, evidence of how a harm can manifest, identify common themes and collect examples and develop guidelines. And then the third part is we develop standard guidelines by consulting Google experts, consulting external experts, which in this instance would be external experts in the market, resolve divergent views. I know in South Africa, having been working in the content regulation space, for instance, divergent views, you would get lots of divergent views in as far as cultural content, for instance. So we need to find a middle ground in that instance. How do you portray cultural content? Is it okay to be put out there? Things like that. And also assess potential unidentified consequences. And then the fourth part is determine whether the harm has been addressed. And it's a constantly revolving cycle. And this is something that is done by our trust and safety team that is actually dedicated to doing this work on a daily basis, assessing the trends that we are picking up and constantly feeding it back into our policy mechanisms, which then also entails checking our product as well. Now, we continue to evolve ads policy. I think it's important to acknowledge that this hasn't been an easy journey. We didn't get here overnight. So we're constantly evolving. Post-2018, we introduced the verification and disclosure requirements for election ads in the US at the time, because that's where the big pressure was. And this required elections ads to incorporate a clear disclosure of who is paying. And then there was another issue yesterday that came up on targeted advertising. We introduced limitations in terms of targeted advertising that can be done, particularly for political ads, clarified the demonstrably false policy boundary, so something that is false and we know that it cannot stand any scrutiny in terms of truth and that. And we then start rolling it out in different jurisdictions. Like I've already said, the political ads policy is now in South Africa, and we are rolling it out in the country as well. So policies that protect our platforms from abuse, We have a policy that talks to manipulated media. So most of the times it will pick up any form of manipulated media, unreliable claims that are made, sensitive events. Elections are sensitive events. So we have special mechanisms, troubleshooting. There was an issue that was raised earlier on about the time that platforms take to respond. When there are sensitive events or election time, we actually have troubleshooting processes where we focus on that, and in-country teams who would have the context are also actively involved in managing that. And also dangerous or derogatory content. So for all our platforms, there is always an icon that talks to how you can report any form of harm or any form of abuse. So you can report potential policy violations on ads, and that's the QR code, and we'll share that. Or you can report inappropriate video channels on YouTube, and I think Sipho will take you through that in greater detail. And security is a very important part of this, because we know that there are always bad actors and bad players out there. So we have ways where we monitor disruptions of various forms of abuse across our platforms. We focus on things like coordinated attacks, account hijacking, misleading content, and manipulated media. And we have technological solutions that actually detect that before through our Google's threat analysis group, as well as Mediant, which is for cloud. It's a security cyber defense intelligence tool that we've recently acquired as a company. So as part of the architecture of the platforms, these security measures are there. And then the third part is the trust and safety teams that I've already spoken about. And the trust and safety teams are the ones that are constantly monitoring the platforms, updating our policies, and ensure the products are not abused. So our work is never done. We focus on protecting, which means investing in upstream design protections, verification, and policy evolution. Detection, which it means we need to invest in classified technology and widening signal sources, such as civil society groups. And then the last part, which we hope is usually smaller, is a response, because if you've invested in protecting and detecting, it means from a response level, you are allocating less resources because there are fewer incidents as well. And the other part is helping campaigns enhance the security. I'm not going to go through that. I hope the parliamentary committee one day will invite us to come and actually take you through how can you enhance your own individual security as an individual, as a politician, as a party, to make sure that you are not an entry point of any kind for cyber attacks. Hand over to Sipho now to take us through the content removal process at YouTube.
Thank you, Abongile. Good morning, members of the committee, ladies and gentlemen. As Abongile said, my name is Sipho Mtombeni. I am Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager at Google. So I will take you through just the practical examples on YouTube, and specifically why we chose YouTube is because this is our video sharing platform where we know that a lot of content, user-generated content, a lot of advertising goes into, and it is likely to be a platform, and I think the colleagues from Research ICT Africa also mentioned it as a platform that is likely to be used for the distribution of misinformation. So this is why we wanted to kind of just zone in on this particular platform. So I'll just take you through some of our kind of content removal missions and values, and I'll also then take you through how the reporting of inappropriate content takes place, and also the reporting of illegal content takes place. There is a difference between the two, and I will explain this as I get into the detail. So firstly, at YouTube, our priority really is to make sure that our users are protected. And our users really here in this regard would refer to yourselves as players in the sector, but also at advertisers, children, and other key players. And everything that we do in all of our policies that we have, and as Abongile has alluded to the kind of the broader policies, even on YouTube, we have specific policies that are designed to make sure that we're protecting our users. One key principle that we want to make sure as well with regards to our platform, which is YouTube, is to make sure that we can keep it open. And the principle of openness comes really from kind of the human rights around kind of freedom of expression and making sure that there is accessibility of information, however, with the right controls in mind, which I'll talk to just now. Now, YouTube, our YouTube platform was developed was launched in around April 2005. And ever since then, it's developed to be one of the biggest kind of cultural platforms that is used to share information and content by users. There's more than 500 hours of content uploaded every minute. So it means each minute passes right now, 500 hours of content is being uploaded. And remember, this is because a lot of user-generated content is being used. So the kids who are playing at home and making their own content, advertisers, people who are making use of the platform for other means are uploading content on the platform currently. We have launched this in 100 different countries, over 100 different countries in the world. I've highlighted there in the map, and also in 80 different languages. So it's quite a big platform and quite a big source of information that is available and out there. And this is why we needed to make sure that it is protected. Now, I'll talk to what reporting of content does in relation to our community guidelines. I did mention at the beginning that there is violative content and then there's illegal content. Now, at Google, understanding the importance of kind of the platforms that we have, especially such as YouTube, we needed to make sure that we have policies in place to ensure that whatever information is put on our platform is, yes, we are maintaining the structure of openness, but wanted to make sure that there are no bad actors that are going to violate the rights of other users on our platform. And thus, we've created what we refer to as our community guidelines. Our community guidelines really are the rules that Google has developed through a number of engagements and policy processes, as Abongile has outlined, which really make sure that our platform is not being used for malintentions. Our community guidelines cover issues around kind of making sure that there is no harmful content, the incitement of violence, the incitement of terrorist acts, making sure that we are protecting children from harmful content, and any content that is violative and goes against anything that is any of these community guidelines and principles would be removed from our platform. Now, I will talk to some of how that removal takes place. So we have one of two ways, and I think my colleagues who have spoken already this morning from Research ICT Africa, and Abongile has also mentioned, is that we make use of machine learning, so our AI technology. We have found at Google that about 95% of violative content is already picked up by our AI. So yes, there are some shortcomings to AI. However, we found that it has been working quite well. One of the things that also does then bolster the work that our AI does is that we refer to experts and users to flag content. As Abongile has mentioned, we work with trusted flaggers in South Africa. I'm happy we have some of those in the room. So from civil society, we also partner with and work closely with the FPB to make sure that content that is violative can be flagged as soon as possible. So where AI may not be able to pick up content, we do have expert flaggers and trusted flaggers that we work with. That also helps to cover some of the aspects that we refer to in relation to kind of cultural context and making sure that issues around language, etc., are addressed. And also we rely on users and users of our platform. Anybody who's on the platform is also able to flag content as inappropriate. Now, just a practical example there as to how content is flagged. So on our YouTube, when you have content, you are able to go to the 3 dots. There's actually 3 dots at the corner of each content, like whether it's a video, etc. Anybody is able to click on there, and then it takes them into a report, and from there you are able to kind of report that video. It would ask you, for instance, what is the reason that you're reporting this video? You can say, for instance, it contains nudity, or it is harassment, or it incites terrorism or violence. Also, one of the things that is quite important is to make sure that we are also able to flag individual comments. One of the other things that we've seen is that once content is uploaded, obviously people are able to comment, and within their comments, that's where, again, they're able to use that opportunity to kind of spread misinformation or provide information that is with malintentions. Again, those individual comments can also be flagged. Now, moving away from what we refer to as harmful content, which is based on our community guidelines as Google, we also comply with local laws, as Abongile has also mentioned. We have tools that allow government and government entities to be able to bring to us content that is illegal and bring it to our attention. And there's a tool here that we have, and this link here brings us to a web form which allows players to be able to act, to provide the platform with information around content that is likely to be against the law or illegal in some manner. Or, for instance, if there is a court order that says that such content should be removed. Through this link, you are able to provide us with the information around, for instance, and I'll get into a bit more detail in it now, the type of content it is, why is it illegal. If there's a court order, for instance, you're able to then attach that. All of that information kind of helps us to be able to remove that content a little quicker. Again, just some practical screenshots there at number 1. You'll be able to see, so once you've clicked the 3 dots to say report this content, so let's say it's a video, it's a campaign, it's something of some nature which you believe to be illegal or violative, you click on the 3 dots, it takes you to the report. From the report towards the right-hand side, you can see then it asks you for the reasons that you wish to report. If it's not one of those top reasons within the community guidelines, it could be for another legal reason, so you would choose that option, so it infringes your right, so you say another legal issue, and from there you're able to then provide more detail as to what exactly is the issue that is being complained of. On the left-hand side, on the right-hand side, sorry, number 2, refers to the legal form, the link I just showed you in the previous slide, which then takes you into the details as to then what are the issues that are, or the laws that are being violated in the country by that content. So there's a 5-step really process, and this is quite key to make sure that we are able to act as soon as possible in relation to content that may be violating anything that is against the common laws, whether it's hate speech, etc., or even guidelines really and policies around, for instance, what political parties should be doing around the election times. So it is firstly about identifying the right content, the content that is violative, and providing us the exact URLs of the content that you found or the YouTube video that you found, so that we're able to track exactly which video that you're referring to. Then obviously from there, depending on at what level you are playing from, so you are able to either flag it, as I said, as a user on the platform using the 3 dots. You're able to use the legal reporting tool through that link that I've shared and the web form that I've shared in the previous slide. Then it's about really providing as much information as possible, all the required information. And here really context is quite important. It's important for us for the person who's going to receive that report to be able to see the content, understand which legal law or legislation is being violated. So if you have the details of the law, it's best to provide it to say, this is in contravention of section this or that of this and this particular law. It does help that assessment and the review process to go quicker once they have that detail. And then you really submit that report and wait for the responses. Really, we do, especially with such reports and with such content, we do try to act as quick as possible. At YouTube, there is a 24/7/365 policy, which means there is somebody in the team somewhere globally, 24/7, 7 days of the week, 365 days of the year, who is going to be able to receive this information. And hence, we rely on this process of using the web forms, because if you try to call Sipho at 10 o'clock on a Saturday night and you can't get a hold of him, I'm not going to be able to help you. But if you are able to submit the form online, there is somebody who is going to be able to action that most immediately. So just some issues that we've realized the team has found as problematic and kind of delays the process in terms of making sure that your complaint or issue is being dealt with, is, for instance, where you don't specify a specific law. As I said, it helps when you provide the law that is being violated or the policies that are being violated, point that person to those relevant things, explaining the context and the context of why that policy violates the laws. Any information where there's necessary. So what might happen is that the team might reach back out to you and say, hey, why do you think we've looked at the law, we've looked at the information you've provided, but we're still not clear. Can you please explain a little bit more? Can you provide us a bit more detail? If you don't respond, again, that delays the process. If you submit duplicate requests, it's going to get to person A, person B, person C. It's going to also delay the process because now there has to be an internal sync between the various people for them to be able to try that. And also, it's important to also have accurate timestamps. So one thing that we also found that is you're providing details. You say at 10:46 on the 30th of August, I logged into YouTube and I found this link and this video. I find it to be violative, or this campaign by a political party, or this information that is being loaded by a party. I find it to be violative of hate speech laws in the country. I'm referring particularly to this law, this section. This is why I believe it violates. All of that detail and information helps that we are able to provide a quick response time and are able to action and remove such content as soon as possible. Then, yeah, that's really the practical issues, and Chair, I'll be guided by you in terms of how we deal with questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Google, for the presentation. You have taken long, but I'm the one to be blamed because I didn't tell you that you had 20 minutes. But I think we needed that. Okay, I think now we can open it up for questions, observations, clarity that anyone would like to raise. We'll just wait for the roving mic. I think I have noted Honorable, is that Honorable Mazzoni? Yeah. Honorable Mazzoni, number 1. Number 2, Honorable Majosi. Number 3, Honorable Bodlani. Number 4, I saw the CEO of FPB. Those who are joining us online, we will still request that Dr. Scott and Mr. Hlomani stay on there so that they can then address some of the questions. Dr. Scott, are you still with us?
Yes, no, happy to report that we are.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to be taking questions. So if you can just please note them down, and then we'll give you an opportunity to respond or to reflect on those. Thank you. Let's start with Honorable Mazzoni.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, all present. Thank you to Google and to all the members online. My name is Natasha, and I'm the DA Shadow Minister of Communications. This is a very sensitive issue, especially for someone like me that is a controversial politician. You get some politicians that aren't controversial and then some that are deliberately controversial. And we have to be deliberately controversial because we bring up controversial issues that make us controversial and make us a target. So you require thick skin. Now my belief is, and my late father always used to say, any publicity is good publicity. But the publicity, even if someone doesn't like you, the Human Rights Commission have now declared in the Kolani judgment that offense is allowed. So I'm allowed to write something on a Google platform, on any platform. I can do a YouTube video, and I can offend you. And you may not take me to the Human Rights Commission if I've offended you, as long as what I've said is what I deem to be true. So we might go for mediation, but I am allowed to offend you. So that is a point we are going to have to look at closely as the Department of Communications when it comes to elections, because where do you draw the line at offence? Now, there's a particular video doing the rounds. YouTube has very kindly taken down this video 100 times, if not more, because it's actually a TikTok video that people have put onto YouTube. And wouldn't you know, it deals with like anyone in the world would care about my lipstick. But a certain member of parliament really worries about my lipstick. And I'm sure his wife isn't very happy that he pays that much attention to my lips. But there we have it. Now, that is not offensive. That is actually sexually abusive, and it is gender-based discrimination, because it is a man who is sexualizing an issue of a woman who is in a position of power a lot greater than his, which I don't think he likes. And there is nothing we can do about it, because what happens is, and you know this on YouTube, you can take it down, and then the next day the person changes his name, and it goes back up. And then we have to phone you, and then you take it down, and then the next day the person changes his name, and then it goes back up again. So how do we stop that? How do we actually create almost like an algorithm that recognizes, hold on, this is about Natasha's lips again. So if the words Natasha and lips come up in the same sentence, it's not going to be posted on YouTube, so that we don't keep having to follow this routine. Now, Google, let me tell you, in my home, we don't refer to Google. We refer to the Oracle. We say, let's ask the Oracle. The Oracle is the all-knowing being. So in my house, you constantly hear, Siri, please ask Google the following. I've just done a Google search on myself while we're sitting here. Amazing stuff that comes up on Google. But what worries me is there's information that has come up on Google about my family. Now that concerns me, because you might not like me, you might not like my policies, but who's to say that my family has anything to do with my political aspirations or share my political ideas? And one particular mention is made of a young member of my family who is a young rising star. And because we share a surname, now because Mazzoni comes up, she comes up as well, all the time. So we're going to have to look at how we separate the politicians from the family. That's always going to be a difficult issue. Then, Chairperson, my last point is this. When we do the legal analysis, and Dr. Tinnick, perhaps you can help us there. I'm South Africa's second most famous matriculant. We all know the Matricgate saga. It was, Google it. I don't know what else to say. Google it. It's there. But we know that Wikipedia is accessed via Google. So you go onto your Google search site, you enter Wikipedia, Wikipedia comes up onto Google, right? Then anonymous user comes up. And Wikipedia refuses to remove anonymous user. But Google is allowing Wikipedia to put up a Wikipedia page that has information where it actually states anonymous abuser has changed that particular site. So how deep exactly do our algorithms and do our safety measures go? Because I've installed a safety precaution on my telephone, because what I've noticed, and thank you Google, is when I clear my Google, when I close all my windows, it will tell me, in the last week, Google has tracked 71 people who have tried to track your portfolio. And I like that. I like the fact that Google has owned that. So they tell me 71 people have stopped trying, we've managed to stop them accessing your portfolio. But how do we go that step further to make sure are now being. I was shown a TikTok video last night that doesn't appear on TikTok anymore because TikTok took it down, but now they've put it on YouTube. So you see, it's like a revolving door. You get thrown off of Meta, I believe it's now called. You get thrown off of Meta, so you go onto TikTok. TikTok says you can't do this, so you go off TikTok. You go onto Google. Google says this is false information, throws you off, and then it goes onto YouTube. And all of a sudden you have to contact YouTube. And so I must tell you, it does take time to take things off YouTube. You think it's fast, but trust me, when you're the person being attacked, it's never fast enough. And upcoming elections, we'll talk. I'll show you. I will come to you, and I will show you the YouTube site that will have videos of me, of my colleagues. This is how politics work. We've seen it. The Clinton election was the perfect example. So we're going to have to figure out these algorithms and legal mythology. And that might mean we add or subtract from existing legislation. So we need your advice on this, because we're not the experts. We're not the digital experts. We sit in front of you as a committee that monitors you and oversights you. But we're not the experts. So where do we go from here? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, and good morning to all. I'll call you honorable members. No, firstly, ICT, we know that ICT plays a very, very important role in any department in government. Anyway, it plays an important role, and firstly, I would want to know, in fact, I'm posing these on both Research ICT and Google. But specifically, I do have questions for Google. But the ICT space, it's where we can get skills, and so I just wanted to know if are there any programs that they are doing with government departments or GCIS, and are there any information that they are supplying to GCIS in terms of ICT? This is how far they are and what is happening, and also to Google as well. And mainly I wanted to focus on your slide. There's a slide that you provided of you are providing services to 108 countries, and at the bottom it says 500. So I'm not sure the 500 plus an hour or so. So I wanted to check how, maybe if you do have those stats, how many people log in to Google, maybe in an hour, South Africa, like specifically for South Africa, in an hour, whether they're searching for something or they're in YouTube or they are what, and how many do you have maybe that would go on a daily basis, like millions that you would count or something like that? Why I'm asking this is specifically because I then want to know what programs do you have that will then speak to maybe your skills development in terms of GCIS and collaborating with other government departments into making sure that maybe you provide the social and skills development within the communities to give back, because you are benefiting by South Africans getting into Google and doing 1, 2, 3, and 4. So I wanted to check with that, and also the information that you have provided now, where people can
Recording
report,
in progress.
where people can report if maybe there's misinformation or something is said about them, but is that information on the public? Do people know about it, or is it this room only, or the rooms that maybe you go to and present those things? So it's only a few people then that get the benefit of having that information, or when you go to Google, maybe you do have ads that will then go up and show you that if there is something like that, you can then report such cases. I just wanted to check with that. Thanks, Chair.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues. I think the presentation have been really informative, and we do appreciate. On the first presentation, Dr. Scott spoke about how WhatsApp is a headwater, it's a term I'd never heard before, on misinformation. And it got me really worried to say WhatsApp has become really one accessible and cheap mode of communication. And I wonder how we are going to be able to regulate the use of WhatsApp in the quest to mitigate disinformation, misinformation, especially because, as the presentation was saying, once you share something, it is just to show your allegiance to whoever, and it does not matter whether it is true or not. So I'm very worried sitting here about how WhatsApp is going to really be a big factor in terms of what we are trying to achieve with this symposium. And my question then is on the issue of moderation. It has been greatly emphasized that at this point, moderation is mostly done, it's automated. What are the chances of human moderation and job creation? And this is both to Google and to Dr. Scott. And would that help in any way? And I understand it would be an overhead cost to both yourselves. But with the presentations that have been made so far, while there would always be a bias with human moderation, but is there an option for moderation to be a job creation opportunity? And I would also like to ask Dr. Scott how they talk about rumor control pages. It's terms that are really new to me, and I would really like a bit more information on those. Google speaks about removing things from Google, removing things from YouTube. I think, Natasha, for me, the most helpful thing that is on Google about myself is that my net worth is 3 million rands. And I can tell you it's not true at all. But you have a culture of screenshots. And you've got people calling it receipts. You can say something and put it down because you realize that you made a mistake, you realize you have offended somebody, but somebody will take a screenshot. And I was speaking yesterday about at all costs not trying to create a nanny state. But how do you, in the quest to bring down information that has been flagged as disinformation, misinformation, deal with the issue of screenshots? And your trusted flaggers, another new term that I'm learning today. What informs their trustworthiness? And what does a trusted flagger look like? And what are their biases? And the issue that Honorable Majosi was trying was making about how do you give back? Because Google is a household name in South Africa. At which, what are your digital literacy programs that you are having in South Africa, in the township of Soweto, in Khayelitsha, so that there is also a sense of responsibility on your part for your users, but also to ensure that with higher levels of digital literacy, there would be less levels of disinformation, misinformation. And yeah, I think that covers me. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Mine is a comment and question to my Google colleagues. One is, I think your presentation really confirmed that which we said yesterday as the FPB, that the next elections are going to be fought fiercely online, whether from a campaigning and from a monitoring point of view, which is where us as the regulators will be playing a role to ensure compliance. And for that purpose, we'll be issuing, as we mentioned yesterday, a notice requesting platform owners or you guys as platforms on what your plans to make sure that the next elections are free from misinformation, disinformation, so that we don't have to have hate speech, bullying, and so forth in the elections. I think we should be on the lookout for that. We'll do that as soon as possible, but it will be gazetted. And then based on that, we'll analyze and see your adequacy in that regard. Then the second issue for me, very interesting that you talked about dealing with political ads. But we also want to see how you want to deal with what you call supply-side platforms, SSPs, who may not necessarily be political organizations, but people who are spreading, like we said yesterday, misinformation for commercial reasons. What is it that you're going to do to make sure that those are dealt with in your policy? I didn't hear you talking about it. To make sure that disinformation or misinformation is not monetized at all. I just want to hear what's your view on it. But the other part probably you will provide when you respond to the notice. Algorithmic de-amplification. In other words, where in which, like you've been saying, that disinformation survives on the number of times that a particular message is sent to other people. So what is it that you do to make sure that as people, we are not bombarded with this information that even though I might have chosen, which is what I like, but at least particularly for the purpose of the elections, I'm not bombarded with the same kind of information that I may not want to consume at all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Facilitator. Greetings to members and all other participants, as well as the presenters. I think quite informative. For that reason, I'm going to focus just on one matter. And for me, it cuts on both sides. The issue about language and the cultures. Because I think the first presentation from the research ICT Africa, there was a point there that the language becomes a bit of a problem, even as you test facts, like fact-checking and so on. And on one side, Google says, probably they're looking at about 80 languages, if I've looked at it well. And then you look at the number of countries. I think for me it will be good to give the context of South Africa, knowing that South Africa has just about 11 official languages. We now have added the other, sign language. So I'm just saying, give us that context in the country. What has been your deployment in terms of languages? Which languages are covered in this regard? Because we can undermine this point about language, but necessarily when you want to speak to a particular constituency and appeal even emotionally to them, you'll speak in the language that they understand. And probably that's where even mobilization, like hate speech and so on, would also occur without you knowing. And that information will be sent to people. By the time you take it out, something else has happened. I think in the times of violence, there used to be that point that when you talk peace, you'll talk English. But when you say they must go and fight, speak to the language they understand what fighting is in their language. And therefore, you'll be confused at exactly what the message was. If there was this peace, but as they go out, it's something else. So I'm just saying the language thing gets to be important. So if you can speak to that. And I want to take it to then the other level. the complaint situation where you really put up a complaint. And most of the time, it will not be in the languages you find that space, which then gets to be a barrier on its own for people to really come forward and put up any other complaint. So I'm just saying maybe that part, it relates now to also the policy, because it's very good to refer me to the policy, but how user-friendly is the policy from a point of language? That accessibility is not an issue there. Now, again, it will then come to the products, like you said, I think, which gives a bit of comfort from the Google side, that the products will be built in a way that is preventative. I think I liked that. But again, it will also be about the language at which that is done. And the test will be when it is the languages that even AI can't pick up, what then happens in that regard. And I think the first presentation was more sending a message that says it may not be reliable and may never be reliable going forward unless investment in that regard. So I just wanted you to speak to that deployment in language, because that's going to be the case as we move forward. To appeal emotionally to people, you speak the language they understand. And if those that are doing moderation don't understand that language, we are going to have a serious debate that in my culture, this word would not be any way offensive when elsewhere it's understood that actually you are not saying anything right about the person. Maybe the last point really is a point raised. When you talk about the time to deliver on response, the response time, look, whilst we must understand that not every time you would have people to respond to this, but at least a good idea that under normal circumstances, this would be like your turnaround time. But on sensitive matters, like you would have classified elections as such, what gets to be a turnaround time under normal circumstances when everything else has been complied with, right? And maybe the last point would really be that this part about political adverts, I would want you to repeat that point on the registration process. Now I'm raising this in the context of independent candidates that would come in. That is very easy to enforce to the political parties that are well established and have a way of not doing it elsewhere because probably you didn't prepare. Just give us that comfort that this is application to everyone, like you are also subjecting departments that you do not see them only as government, but you are also seeing their political principles as incumbents, which can also, I think, something that must be explained from a point that it is the parties that contest elections, not the government. The government still has a responsibility to serve the people until it is ousted out of that government. The other underlying thing in it is that governments come and go. But those departments are led by people in the public service that must keep the state going and delivering services to the people. So we need to manage that type of engagement so that you don't have a situation where, like yesterday, there would be an advert from NAB side that is about concerns of communities. And those concerns are not only responded to by communities alone, by politicians alone, but the departments that are appropriated funds to deliver on those basic services have to still communicate out there what they do and what they do not do. I'm saying besides the political principles who may change every 5 years. So if you can also think about that, how do you balance that act so that also the incumbents is not abused but at the same time don't deny people that they need to receive from the state continuously. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions that have been posed. I understand the sound was not that clear. Dr. Buluka, your last question on the issues relating to algorithm amplification, was it how they are supposed to ensure that consumers are not bombarded with the same information? Was that the question? Okay. How to ensure that consumers are not bombarded with the same information. So then there are a number of questions that have been posed. I think I will need to allow you more than 5 minutes because you need to respond to this, because this is very critical. But I think we should start with Dr. Scott. Dr. Scott, can you still hear us? Okay. Then let's go to Google, and then you can deal with the issues that have been raised. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I thought this was a round table. It's starting to feel like an inquiry now, Chair. Can I get some protection, please? Okay, I'll try and answer. It's quite a few questions. I think we need to understand, for instance, Google search is different from YouTube. And Google search, like I said earlier on, it's more like a crawler of the internet, and it indexes what is already there. And it's not necessarily information that has been put out by Google, but it's Google surfacing information from other platforms. Now, what we have done, or other websites or web pages, what we have done as a company, we've actually enabled you to be able to remove information on yourself on surfacing on search. But the unfortunate reality is, if it's on a newspaper article of sorts, we need to follow that process, because newspapers have their own mechanism of removing content removals. There's an article that was done by one of the business pages that was profiling, in my time when I was with the board, that was profiling the top 10 earning CEOs in South Africa. And I was listed as one of them, compared to underrated, like comparing apples and eggs. So there's a lot of information that is there that is put out by different forums. But what we've done as a company, we've enabled you to be able to remove that information from surfacing on search. And perhaps what we need to do is to amplify that message on how to do it. So that would be my first overall answer to the question. On the skills development programs, I think there's a perception that tech companies are not necessarily investing in the markets that they're operating within. Google announced a $1 billion investment in Africa, and South Africa was a big part of that. And we're not only working on connectivity or skills development, so we've got skills development programs and initiatives. We also are working on how can we improve connectivity in Africa, because we can only really accrue the benefits of digital transformation once everyone is connected. The next billion users, we often say, are in Africa. So our investments talk to connectivity, improving connectivity, which we've done through the Ikoyano subsea cable. Skills development programs, we've got a plethora of skills development programs, not only focusing on digital literacy initiatives, but also looking at technical skills, because we can only see the advantages of advanced technological solutions in Africa if we have people who can develop applications, AI solutions from South Africa. So we actually have technical training programs that we roll out, and we partner with universities. We're actually working on improving that partnership, working with GCIS. I am starting to have engagements with GCIS as well on how can we assist government communicators, for instance, to be able to utilize some of the Google tools to their advantage so that they can communicate government messaging. The Department of Public Service and Administration as well. We are working on a relationship like that. And I think the partnership between government, private sector and civil society is very important. There is a digital literacy campaign that we've been part of for years, that FPB is part of, that Media Monitoring in Africa is part of, that is focusing on cyber safety tips for young people, cyber safety skills for young people, so that the more we have young people that are using the internet, they are able to use it effectively and to their benefit. How many people log into Google? Allow me to get that information, but I don't know if you have it, but I know that we have a stat that we look at that actually tells us on a daily basis how many hits that we have from Google. So we definitely have those stats. There was a question on the reporting in the public reporting mechanisms. The education programs may not be perfect, but we are working on it, and we are looking at partnership, because I think the way we can reach the targeted audiences is if we partner with your IEC, for instance. We've partnered with the IEC so that we can reach political players who are part of the elections program. We've got the Real 411 program as well that assist us to amplify that you can report these things, and most of the time also on our platform as well, those things will come up and you can report. There was a question on WhatsApp. That's not a Google platform. Meta will be coming up later, and I'm sure they'll also talk about their mechanisms that they have. The political ads policy, I think the policy is not necessarily meant to dissuade people who want to place political ads from placing them on our platform, but it's to ensure that there is greater transparency so that we can manage the risks. So, Chair, the issue that you're raising about government officials, we're not saying that they cannot place ads. We're not saying that you will pay more money for placing ads. You'll get the same benefit as everyone else, but we'll just flag it differently, we'll report it differently, so that there is that level of transparency. And remember, Google, we may have policies that apply specific to South Africa, but we're also a global platform. So when we develop policies, if it's something that's more predominant globally, we make sure we try and accommodate that as well. So it's not to say by including public officials in the policy, we are saying they cannot place ads. It just says we're managing the process more effectively. Dr. Buluka, the question on the political ads, I will definitely share that. We can take your team through what the policy contains. And the whole point of the policy, like I've said, is to ensure that there are controls. So the question that you're talking about, inundating people with information, particular information and things like that, those are some of the controls that we started implementing in 2019, where there are limitations on targeted advertising in terms of people targeting people and inundating them with the same message, etc., etc. So those are some of the controls that have been put in place, and we hope that they would be effective, or they have been effective in the last little while. On languages, Chair, I'm happy to report that Google, we are investing a lot in making sure that our technology understands African languages. South Africa alone, we have about 6 languages that are covered by Google Translate. We go by line. We've got your Afrikaans, isiZulu, Xhosa, Setswana, I forgot which other one, but we've got 6 South African languages. And in Africa as well, we recently launched, for instance, our BARD AI platform, which is similar to what people's ChatGPT, which actually does, BARD is now covers Swahili, for instance. So we are very intentional about covering more African users, because the moment our technology understands local languages, it decreases the barrier. So definitely agree with you with that. Our AI center in Ghana, actually, they have a research project where they are focusing on machine learning for African languages. And that is the main focus of it. And we're hoping in the next couple of years, we'll accrue the benefit and have more of the languages incorporated in Google products. Hand over to Sipho to answer the hard questions on YouTube.
All right. So on the first part, I think I would definitely like to engage, because one of the things that we've realized is that, especially for women politicians, there's a lot of attacks that do come through your activity. So we do have programs and other products that are available, like your harassment manager, I think, which is what you were referring to, that allows you to be able to monitor and protect yourself from such. I won't go into the rest of the details as Abongile has done. Then on the amount of content that is uploaded, the stat is 500 hours of content uploaded every minute. So it just talks around the amount of people, and this is a global stat. The one stat I do have about YouTube in South Africa is that the last stat that we have is 93% of internet users between the ages of 16 and 64 visit YouTube at least once a month. So that is quite a lot of people within South Africa, and I think this is why we recognize that it's quite important that we have all of the trainings, we have all of the programs in the country to make sure that our users are able to learn and understand how to use it. And yes, no, this information is not just for rooms like this. I mean, we definitely do try and partner and work a lot with partners to make sure that we do educate. We do make sure that we have ads, etc., information that is available to people. There are, for instance, monthly emails that are even sent. For instance, if you're in your Gmail, if you were to check emails from Google, that kind of give you advice as to how to report and how moderation of content takes place. So we do try, but I do know we can always do more, and there's more that can always be done to make sure that we educate our South African consumers and users to make sure that they understand how to use the platforms, how to report inappropriate content, etc. Yes, I understand, and I always say this about AI. AI is a tool. It doesn't know everything, so there are limitations to it. So issues around language, etc., these are things that are still developing. As Abongile has said, this is research work that is still being done through our scientists in Ghana and further work that we're doing. But again, this is why I mentioned and highlighted the point about our partnerships with human flaggers, with trusted experts. As Abongile said, for instance, we have our Trusted Flaggers program. So to be a trusted flagger, it's either we partner with the regulators, which we do in the country, the FPB. We partner with civil society organizations that have a track record of being able of doing work in this space and being able to identify such content. In this case, we partner with the Real 411 from Media Monitoring Africa, and I'm sure you'll hear from them later today. So that is kind of, we want to make sure that it's people of a caliber that we know are able to and are experts in the field of identifying content that is inappropriate or that is illegal, and that's why we would partner with them. And really the main reason why we partner with them is that by the time they flag something to us, we know it's probably most reliable source of their judgment, and we can take that forward. The issue of the re-uploading of information and the algorithms, again, yes, in that regard as well. This is why we try to rely on our flaggers to be able to, if something does resurface, to be able to show it to us, because maybe the algorithm did not pick it up. But yes, thanks for that.
Thank you for the responses that we have provided. Dr. Scott, we apologize. I think we lost you, but I think there were a few questions directed to you. One was, is there any program that you are involved in with government with respect to the work that you are doing? And the next one was, there was a reference to rumor control pages. I think they needed just an understanding as to what is that all about. And I think the last one was on the digital literacy program, if you are doing any work in that area. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you, and we'll keep our answers brief, knowing that there's a time consideration. If there are any questions or concerns or from any of the members, please feel free to reach out to us as a company. We're more than happy to correspond with your officers to talk more about these very important matters. I sort of want to speak a little bit to say, obviously, in all cases, gender-based harassment, gender-based violence is obviously terrible, and I'm sure that our platforms and ISPs in South Africa are doing their best to try and address that. One of the difficulties, and this is more of a sociological rather than technical matter, is that you can have sarcastic harassment, and so you can have a number of people who work independently of one another to try to target a particular person. And so this becomes very difficult to address with a technical solution. So I think we need to have expectations about what can and cannot be done with technology. The reason I bring this up is oftentimes the big tech companies themselves are made easy targets for all of the social ills. And certainly, they themselves are not perfect companies. No one happens to be. They are trying to be good corporate citizens, but they also, because of their size and their notoriety and their, in some degrees, their own infamy, they do make for easy targets. But I think some of our solutions over here cannot simply be predicated upon, making them the sole actor for this area. This brings me to the issue of regulation and being a double-edged sword here. I use the example of WhatsApp. I'm not going to speak about their particular product. I'll let Meta and their representatives do that. But one thing I would say is that encryption itself is one of the most fundamental elements of preserving democracy in the 21st century. If we start to break encryption, then you have situations that will emerge where governments, the security cluster, will be able to target dissidents, their rivals, and so on and so forth. Right now, we're thinking about in South Africa where these things don't happen, and it's good that they don't happen, but we must also envision a country where these things could happen, or circumstances where these could happen. And so we should not create pathways that would allow authoritarians to target dissidents, their political rivals, and so on and so forth. So I urge great caution when trying to enter into the encryption realm when it comes to platforms. When it comes to moderation matters, moderation is always a very contentious matter. When automated platforms have turned to automated moderation, partly because of the volumes of data that they process on a day-to-day basis. This would be far too much for even 100,000 big workers in South Africa to even begin to manage. So there's good reasons why they've turned to these techniques. They are always being trained. One of the difficulties is that you're also working with human actors that themselves are trying to work around automated content moderation. So I'll give you a very basic example. On a couple of platforms, they use content strikes against the word killed or dead. And so now the common vernacular to get around automated content moderation is to say unalived. And so people will talk about how they came across a situation where someone is unalived. This is just a very simple, basic example to talk about how humans are themselves trying to work with, play, navigate, negotiate with these automated tools. So you always have these systems of tools and then people trying to hack or modify or play with or work around them. And so it's always been ever-evolving mode. The other thing about content moderation is because we're talking about big multinational companies, oftentimes they base their moderation teams in the global south where the cost of labor is cheaper. And so, for example, they may have a team that's based in the Philippines and they may be doing content regulation for the South African market. And of course, we know that Filipinos might not naturally have the cultural context of South Africa. And so these things are friction points. Having domestic content moderation, I think, would probably be a very good idea. I think it'd be very helpful for job creation, but companies themselves will have to decide about how many click workers they may be able to have over here. The other one thing I'll say about click workers is they tend to be highly exploited in the global south and are paid very poor wages. And so we need to think about making sure that click work is dignified work. When it comes to rumor control pages. One thing that we can use, for example, is the matter of xenophobia. So we can say, in South Africa, we know how migrant populations are targeted in coordinated harassment campaigns and are blamed for a lot of social ills in the country. One thing we can do on the rumor control pages is say something like, African migrants do not vote in this country. They do not have voting privileges. They aren't enfranchised. And so that's a way that you can provide a piece of information that can, in advance, control rumors that, for example, are that African migrants are now voting and are favoring one party or another. Thinking about what kinds of rumors circulate in the society, how minority populations are targeted, blamed, having these types of factual matters may be very helpful to, in the literature it's called pre-bunk. You pre-bunker rumor controls, so that when they do inevitably arise, there is something that can be immediately referred to, that there can be a rapid response. I'm going to pass the microphone over to my colleague Hanani, and he can give you a few other thoughts of his. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Scott. I'm just going to slightly touch upon just the one point, really, which has to do with the use of human moderators and what the chances of that are. It's not misplaced in any way. In fact, it is quite encouraged, especially because whenever we're talking content moderation, there is a need for a lot of contextual moderation, and who best to moderate than people who are aware of the things that are going on around them. However, when we look at the future of work, a lot of these processes are going to be streamlined. A lot of them are going to be automated. There's a term that I like to use where I call it a cyborg person, where a person at the end of the day is necessary, but that person can only be as effective or better with the tools that they have at their disposal. And in this instance, I think it's much better to have a human, behind it, but also to have that human using various AI detection tools, for instance, that might make that job easier for them. But also, what you're going to realize is that as the next election comes forward, there's going to be a lot of new technologies that are also being used. So, for instance, you're going to see a lot of image, video, and audio manipulation. We've already seen this in other countries that have had elections this year, especially in Nigeria, in Sierra Leone, and the likes. And this is an emerging trend. So how do you pick up on that? Some platforms have started to, look at the metadata behind these various messages, but there's not a lot of knowledge around it. So, first of all, there's a need to do a lot more in terms of scrutinizing the metadata, and sometimes the machine might not always be the best solution. But also there's issues to do also with micro-targeting, and so the algorithm that some of these platforms use micro-targeting to send personalized messages towards different people. And so how do you counter that? First of all, there's also a need to conscientize the people who are being targeted about what is actually happening. And so there's a lot more that platforms can do in terms of this. And of course, that means that using both automated and human tools will always make it better. So maybe it's a capacity issue, capacitating those around us and those within the immediate community to be able to flag such issues and to conscientize the populace about it. But also we can do more in terms of investing more in data sharing in the event that it is maybe not feasible to actually undertake such broad and big projects as is probably required. There might be merit in data sharing. For those of you that are aware, the African Union has adopted the data policy framework. And in that data policy framework, Research ICT Africa was quite instrumental in making some suggestions or recommendations on there. And you might be interested to look at some of the suggestions that we've made around issues to do with data sharing and to do with privacy, data privacy, and also to do with, what do they call it, data interoperability. And so there might be merit in looking into that a bit more in the absence of maybe having to bring on more people to do content moderation, but also to invest more in fact-checking, to capacitate those who are already involved in the business, and to help with the development of new, more fit-for-purpose tools, especially within the South African context. So yeah, I think I will stop there, and thank you for having us.
Thank you very much for those responses. Thank you very much, Google. Thank you very much, Research ICT Africa. Let's appreciate them as they go back. We will now be joined by Meta and TikTok. So TikTok will be presenting virtually, but we will start with Meta. So we are running a little bit behind our schedule. We apologize for that, but I think we request you to bear with us. So Meta, you have the floor.
Which one is it? Hi, Hajira. Can you please allow me to share? Thank you. This is the one.
No. Well, this is the Acrobat page, but it's there.
This one.
Yeah. Fantastic. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning to our peer companies that are here, as well as some of our partners and friends. And hello to everybody that I don't know. My name is Dudu Tsang Maguse. I'm the Public Policy Manager. I cover Southern Africa, and I am based here in Johannesburg, and I'm here on behalf of Meta. So Meta used to be Facebook, Instagram, and WhatsApp. We partially still are. We're just under the umbrella called Meta. So I'll be taking you all through a presentation that gives you an outline of our approach to elections. I'm doing that specifically so that once I cover that part, my colleague who is with me online, his name is Tom,
and he will take you through the misinformation component of our approach to misinformation, our policies behind it, how we tackle it on platform, and also give you a sense of what we are thinking about it beyond the election. So that's me, and that's Tom. Again, he'll introduce himself when he begins his portion of the presentation. The agenda will focus on 4 subsections. So one will entail basically an overview of our elections work, what we call elections integrity work, and the component around how our platforms work will address 3 pieces of, I think, issues that I've heard being raised between today and tomorrow, but also that came out quite strongly in the concept note. The first being the prevention of interference. I will also speak to the increase on transparency tools, and I will then hand over to my colleague to take you through our misinformation policies and approach. So at Meta, our mission is simple. We exist to give people the power to build community and to bring the world closer together. So we're not just there for the likes and the socializing. We are also quite critical in terms of helping to build the digital economy as well as the development of technological skills across the world. Who are we? You might be familiar with some of our platforms, but we are a technologies company, and we are home to Facebook, the app, WhatsApp, the app, Instagram, the app, Messenger, the app, and some of our Reality Labs platforms, which are Horizon World, as well as Oculus, which is where we are basically growing our virtual reality, artificial intelligence, and other mixed reality developments. So those happen in that division. It's called Reality Labs. Today, we're going to focus on elections engagement, which primarily for us play out on Facebook and Instagram. WhatsApp is a separate entity which we can also touch on, because I do realize that there are concerns around the use of WhatsApp as well. So feel free to raise those questions as well, even though I might not get into it in the deck. Our approach is a holistic approach, we would like to think, in the sense that we focus on different pillars. The first pillar that we focus on is partially what I'm doing here now, which is policy outreach and engagement. It's about ensuring that our primary stakeholders in government, in parliament, in civil society, as well as in, for example, the regulator, as well as the public, are aware of how we do what we do and what is available in terms of points of contact for them to reach us, as well as our plans. So in as much as we're there to share about the company's products and services, we also then play the role as a public policy team to take in the feedback from our policy outreach back into the company to make necessary adjustments where they are appropriate. The second piece of our elections approach is related to product. So this is product support. By product, I literally mean the platform. This is basically the back-end work that goes into making sure that the platforms are safe, whether that would be from engineering teams, whether that would be from our safety teams, as well as the different content policy teams that work to develop our policies as well as to iterate them when we see that we have found gaps, either in language or perhaps in a civic protection policy that maybe was useful for a certain time period, but things have changed and now we need to reiterate. Then we have a capacity building component. Capacity building here for us is really work that we do with our civil society partners. We have a programs policy team that specifically functions to go out into all the countries where we operate, and we roll out capacity building campaigns. These campaigns are also digital literacy curriculums. These are also curriculums around SMB support. So how do you use our platforms to run your business from home? How do you stay safe? These are also the kind of workshops where we take teachers, learners, and parents through different curriculums to help them understand the different facets of each platform that we have. Because we do have quite a lot of content, I think, if you go through our help centers, that maybe upon first reading might not necessarily make sense to the average user. And so we use these opportunities to also gain feedback, because users will tell us and say, oh, but this is too text heavy. You could have made it a little simple so that I understand how to keep myself safe. So that's what capacity building is about. And finally, it's user awareness. User awareness is really the kind of traditional market-based communications and campaigns work that you will see around Facebook or any of our products. And its sole purpose is to make sure that users are aware, whether we tell them in-app that we are updating our policies, or we've added a new security feature, or we've added a new component that they may not have been aware of before. How do we approach elections? At Meta, elections are a whole of society challenge because they're a whole of society event. What does that mean? It means that we as a tech company have a role to play, but we also understand that researchers have a role to play because we don't know everything. It means that the media has a role to play, as they traditionally have even before the advent of social media. We recognize that governments have a role to play. CSOs and political actors have a role to play in ensuring the integrity of an election from start to finish. And so we don't position ourselves as the know-all and be-all or even the most powerful entity in the room. We collaborate and partner specifically to make sure that if we have gaps, we can cover those gaps. Part of the objective that we try to do when we are trying to protect the integrity of an election is we are looking to make sure that the most authentic information that comes from the most accurate sources is what is being put out there. And if we are detecting that that's not the case, then it means we need to take a few steps back to revise what is not working in our approach. Secondly is, with every election that we hold in the world, we set up a dedicated team, an internal team that works with external partners such as the IEC, civil society organizations that are on the ground. And together, we collaborate over a period of a couple of months. Between the 12 to 6 month period, we stop at 3 months before the election so that we can let the campaign period run itself. But primarily, this center is dedicated to making sure that the local nuances of a particular country are taken care of, because we have tools that are developed globally, but the ways in which we apply those tools is going to be different for each country. And so we need local experts who are on top of the issues that are happening in a particular country and who then partner with us to ensure that we are also moving in the right direction. So a breakdown of what I just explained now is basically what you're looking at on the screen now, which is a breakdown of our outreach for policy, capacity building, product support, and the voter and civic and user awareness. I think on this piece, I should add that we also have voting information centers that we then set up when we try to sort of collate dedicated places where the public can find authoritative information. We have candidate protections during the elections. I think a lot of candidates are not aware of this, but just like our peer company, we are also available to take political actors and office bearers through the range of our security features that help to preempt and minimize the risk of cyber attacks, impersonations, and all kinds of things that might happen to high-profile individuals. Our candidate protections are not just for elections, but during elections, we obviously ramp up the focus to ensure that we are being proactive about the protections that are put in place so that people are not at risk. When we promote civic engagement, you might see products such as what you're looking at now, which is, for example, an Elections Day reminder. You might see a sticker on the election day. But this is really something that you will see at the end, like on the day of the election. Prior to the election, we also engage with, for example, the IEC. This is a sample, which is a product that we piloted in 2021. It was a campaign that was basically assisting the IEC to streamline its communications with the public because of the volume of interest that was coming through the traditional phone lines. And so in this, we basically used a WhatsApp business app, so the WhatsApp API, and we created a bot. And the bot was then run independently by the IEC's team to provide and filter the information that the public needed at the time that they needed it. And because WhatsApp is a low data intensive resource, it actually took up much faster than we had anticipated. And so these are some of the solutions that we try to make available during a time when we know that there's a specific civic moment that is happening in a country. The other thing that I wanted to flag, which I think has come up already this morning, but also yesterday as well, is alongside the candidate protections that I've mentioned, which would encompass everybody, we also have specific protections and a safety resource site that is dedicated to women. This is for women political leaders, it's for women journalists, it's for women human rights defenders as well. Why? Because our research has shown us that online, women also face a particular type of gender-based violence. There are cyber attack, there's harassment and bullying, there is an over-sexualization of women online, which detects and possibly sometimes takes away from the work that they are trying to do as community leaders and as political leaders. And so we offer dedicated training sessions, again, specifically to take women leaders through the content that we have, both the policy issue as well as the technical workshop where we would say, take out your device, let's show you how to put in the necessary protections so that when you move out of the room, you are at least covered at the base level in terms of security and safety. The other piece that I thought might be important to touch on today is the prevention of interference. I think it came up yesterday when the IEC was making presentations, as well as when we were talking about how broadly misinformation is not just something that might happen on the platform from sources internal to a country. At Meta, we call this information operations. And information operations is a work stream that started at Meta soon after that happened in the USA. We're an iterative company, so we're constantly learning from our mistakes as well as from gaps that we identify along the way. What you're looking at is the disruptions of interconnected networks. These are networks of bad actors who basically try to use our platforms to influence a particular political moment in another country. You are looking at them by country of origin. That's what you're looking at the map. And when we say networks, a network is not just maybe 5 or 6 people. It could be hundreds of people who are sitting maybe in a troll farm somewhere and they are sending out particular pieces of disinformation, not misinformation. Disinformation, which is intended to have particular societal repercussions or to sway a particular kind of agenda and put it on people's minds. So this is work that we have a dedicated team that looks at this to ensure that we can minimize the risk of this playing out on our platforms. How do they do this? They have to detect. So there are particular signals that bad actors show. There are particular signals that we've learned over time are an indicator of either some kind of bad behavior that's going to happen, and so we start proactively monitoring where we see those signals. Might potentially influence a particular important moment in another country, we then look to take action. Taking action for us is a review process, and a review process that is multi-leveled. Just like our peer companies, we use a combination of artificial intelligence tools, as well as human reviewers, as well as external partners. So we call them trusted partners, as well as trusted partners. And later you will also hear about a different category, which are our third-party fact-checking partners. So collectively, we would then come to a decision about how to act on either an operation that has been found or a piece of content that we can see is particularly malicious. Once we've learned what we've learned, we have to adapt. So in the same way that criminals now know that if they see a fence and it's not load shedding, they must throw a blanket and then jump, bad actors in the internet are doing the same thing. And so this is why we constantly have to figure out new ways of detecting, either using particular words or using particular tools that can help us to find where the trouble areas are. We also do a lot of cracking down of fake accounts. A lot of the fake accounts that we detect are accounts that we remove within within seconds of them being created. In other words, they don't get published because we have close to 3 billion users on our platforms and we are still growing. So that's the volume of the scale of the kind of content that we're dealing with in terms of fake accounts, impersonation, and the like. We also then have to go out and encourage, particularly public profile individuals, when we get same review, to want the account institution, we make a government ID to make sure that you are indeed acting on behalf of the institution who perhaps has been compromised in one way or another. And so sometimes it takes a little bit long, but if we were to hand the page over back to somebody who it actually doesn't belong to, and it was the GCI's, the GCI's page, I think there'd be a bit of an uproar in the country. And so these are some of the checks and balances that sometimes delay the process, but ensure that we are acting in the right way. And if we don't act in the right way and we make the wrong decision, perhaps a piece of content was not misinformation, or it should have gone off earlier, or we should have left it up, you can appeal. And if we do get it wrong, we will put it back. And then we move on to the next one. So I'm just giving you a sense of the options and the probabilities of how we deal with different scenarios that show up on our platform. And in terms of transparency, I will whiz through this one because it's very much similar to what you've already heard. But Meta was one of the pioneering companies in terms of developing a political ads. We call it a political ads library because we learned that when users are seeing content that is political, know who is behind it. It almost takes away to participate meaningfully. So we also developed a set of processes that allow us to, first of all, intake political ads from individuals as well as political parties. There's an authorization process. We have to verify your identity. We also have to review the ad itself. So even though we know who you are, even the content of the ad has to be subjected to our advertising policies. Once those two steps are done, we will put a disclaimer on there, and we will keep the ad in our library for 7 years, because we know that researchers and other people might be interested in knowing how much was spent by who, when, and how, and for what good reason. So alongside that, we have what we call page transparency. And page transparency is basically a tool that we've developed, which is in support of what I've been talking about right now. If you are a high-reaching individual on our platforms, this is a tool that helps individuals understand that they are, in fact, engaging with you and nobody else. So alongside verification, this is a particular product that also supports that process. And then lastly, before I'm going to hand over to Tom, this is a snapshot of what our ads library looks like. It's live right now, and we do have, I think, a few South African political entities that have been using it. So you're welcome to go and check it out. You can look at the data by country, you can look at it by continent, you can look at it by global figures as well. Community standards is the foundation of our approach to misinformation. They cover a variety of topics, and the most prominent ones that you are looking at is obviously violence and criminal behavior, including incitement especially, safety, which would include bullying and harassment, suicide and self-injury, sexual exploitation, objectionable content, which would be hate speech, it would be violent and graphic content, nudity, and similar kinds of content, integrity and authenticity. So this is basically related to issues of misrepresentation or inauthentic behavior online, and of course, intellectual property. Now, these are the basic guidelines that exist on Facebook and on Instagram. On the back of these, everything that I've listed now has its own holistic subcategory in terms of policymaking. And I'm going to hand over to Tom, who's going to take you through our misinformation policy, because the list that you're looking at is just an overview of the kinds of policies that we have to govern behavior on our platform. Thank you, Tom.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Alrighty. Well, it's great to be here, back virtually in South Africa. You have the main star of our list hang there with you in person, but it's fantastic to be dialing in remotely as the support act here. I'm Tom. I'm head of Europe, Middle East and Africa for the Misinformation Policy Team at Meta. I work across that region, covering more than 120 countries. It's a big region, but Sub-Saharan Africa is a very important focus. Working on this question of essentially what is our strategy as a company to tackle fake news, misinformation, whatever you want to call it. Next slide. And actually what you call it matters, right? Dudu Asang spoke about it. Colleagues spoke about different terms earlier in some of their presentations. We, as Dudu Asang was saying, tend to think about misinformation and disinformation as kind of similar in some ways, but actually very different challenges with very different solutions. Misinformation we tend to think of as something which is not true, but which someone has shared unintentionally, right? So something that, I don't know, someone just thought was like funny or interesting or shocking or whatever, and they shared it with their family WhatsApp group or posted it on Facebook or whatever it is, right? Disinformation we tend to think of again as being something which is not true, right? Somewhere on the spectrum of not true to false, and it is a spectrum, but which was shared not unintentionally, not just because it was shocking or interesting or funny or whatever, but because someone was deliberately trying to mislead or manipulate public opinion in the way that we just described. So if you think about those two problems, they look kind of similar on the surface, right? Something which isn't true. But we think the solutions that we've adopted at least, are quite different, basically. For misinformation, we tend to think, or we tend to hope that this is an issue with content, right? If people understand that actually something they'd shared before wasn't true, and if they can understand why, if they can get that extra context, if they can get that extra information, perhaps it will change behavior, right? If you provide that same information, that same understanding, that same explanation to actors spreading disinformation, it's not going to change their behavior, right? They already knew this stuff wasn't true. They intentionally shared it to try and mislead people. So just equipping them with greater information, greater context, clearly isn't going to change their behavior. So misinformation, I'm going to talk about it in a bit. This is really what I work on. We have a three-part strategy to tackle. It's our best approach of tackling this problem. We approach this with humility, recognizing that it's a complex challenge, of course, and this is not a silver bullet solution. Disinformation is a bit different. It's a violation of our community standards. As Dudu Asang was saying, when we identify those networks engaging in coordinated, inauthentic behavior, we remove them entirely from Facebook and from Instagram. A couple of principles. This is, again, a list of three, but it's not the three pillars. The three pillars are coming next. I want to just first talk about a couple of principles that guide our approach to this problem of misinformation. The first is to say that we think misinformation is really different from other types of problematic speech. The community standards or the community guidelines for Instagram are essentially the set of rules for what you can't share on our platforms. Hate speech, we provide very detailed definitions of what hate speech is. If you compare a group, for example, on the basis of a protected characteristic to animals, that is hate speech. We will always remove that. Misinformation is a bit different because it's just much more fluid, right? The topics of what misinformation is about and whether something is true or false, or it's somewhere in that gray zone in between. Something can be false today, but true tomorrow. It's just a much more dynamic and in some ways much more complex problem. So we don't have a rule, moving on to the second principle, saying that absolutely everything which is on Facebook or Instagram or any of our platforms has to be 100% true 100% of the time. You'll see that we don't allow hate speech, and you can read our definitions of hate speech. You won't see anywhere saying that we don't allow anything which isn't 100% true, and if it's not 100% true, we're going to delete it. That's not in our community standards, deliberately, intentionally. Instead, we try and basically think about, moving on to the third principle, how we can categorize different types of misinformation. And the way that we have basically come up with those categories is to think of misinformation in terms of the level of potential harm that it could cause, right? Is it misinformation that could mislead people, but otherwise be largely benign? a fake story about a new electric bus scheme, for example, in Johannesburg, City X, City Y? Or is it misinformation that could lead directly to imminent physical harm or violence, someone getting killed or seriously injured, right? These are very different problems, actually. And we try and tend to think about this problem, again, in terms of those categories of the level of risk of harm. Next slide. So here's the three-part strategy. Remove, reduce, inform. You'll hear me talk about this a lot today. In some very limited scenarios, we actually remove misinformation entirely from our platforms. We delete it. The rest of the time, we're focused on these two other pillars, reduce and inform. I'll say more about what this means. Essentially, it's reducing the visibility of content without deleting it, making it appear significantly less in people's news feeds or feeds, and informing people, labeling content clearly, giving them more information about what is true and what is not true. We'll go into more details about this shortly. Next slide. So let's start with remove. Why don't we remove all misinformation? This is a question that we get often, right? Isn't it simpler just to delete anything which is misinformation? I think the kind of underlying rationale for this approach basically is that we think for those categories of harm, the types of misinformation that are at the highest risk of directly leading to imminent physical harm or violence, as I'll say in a moment, we should be removing. For other types of misinformation, we think we have a better approach, which is not just to delete something from our platforms, but have it live on elsewhere, on the internet, in society, around the dinner table, right? But actually to try and provide additional context to people. This is all part of the kind of long-term strategy of building resilience against this challenge of misinformation. If our users, the people who use our platforms, can understand why something is misinformation and actually what is true. This photo, if it's not from South Africa, really it's taken from Kenya 10 years ago, and we were just to delete it, maybe they're going to encounter it in some other space online, or someone else is going to send it to them on another messaging surface, right? If we adopt this different approach, which is to try and tell people why something is not true and clearly flag that something is not accurate, our belief is that that's part of how we, as a kind of global society, build resilience against this problem of misinformation. That's essentially the rationale for why we don't remove all misinformation, only some categories. Next slide. And next slide again, there we go, perfect. So here are the kind of three main categories of misinformation that we actually say, okay, that approach that I just spoke about doesn't apply. The risk of the harm is just so significant that we should take this content down now. That kind of corrective, giving people more information approach shouldn't apply to this kind of content. The first is misinformation, which can contribute to the risk of imminent physical harm or violence. So often, but not exclusively, in the context of societal violence, a civil war, you can see certain types of misinformation, certain types of rumors, which can really lead to people potentially being significantly harmed, right? That content we remove, straightforwardly take it down from our platforms. We also remove so-called deep fakes, right? So here specifically, we're talking about videos which have been manipulated using either machine learning or artificial intelligence to make someone think that somebody said something they didn't really say or did something they didn't really do. In the context of elections, this can be important, right? Making people think that a candidate for public office said something about X or Y trending topic when they really didn't say it, or that they've dropped out of the race or whatever, right? That kind of stuff we remove too. Lastly, voter suppression. This is a very specific carve-out for a type of misinformation during elections, during referenda, that kind of thing, where, for example, if someone says, let's say you just need your voter ID to participate in an election, and someone shares the claim that you need your passport and you need X number of rand or US dollars to participate in the election, to take another random example. If someone who doesn't have a passport or doesn't have that money sees that content, maybe they're not going to go and participate in the election, right? They're going to say, oh, okay, I don't have that stuff. This process is not for me. That, again, is a level of harm when we think about categories of harm that is so significant that we we think we should be removing that content, specifically in the context of elections. And clearly that will apply for South Africa. Like I said, that is really focused on those quite specific categories of content. For essentially all other types of misinformation, all of the other categories of harm, we think more about this reduce and inform approach. So when content has been determined to be not true, and I'll say more about that process in a moment, we significantly reduce its distribution on our platform. So that means that you might not see the post on news feed, on feed. If you click through to that person's profile or to that group or whatever it is, the post will still be there, but it will be significantly less visible, essentially limiting its potential to go viral, right? If there are accounts or pages or groups that have repeatedly shared misinformation on our platforms, then we'll limit the distribution of all of their content, right? So regardless of what they're posting, if they've been established as a kind of repeat offender for sharing misinformation, all of their visibility on the platform will be restricted. And we give plenty of warnings about that. We give people a heads up. The goal of our approach is to shift behavior there, essentially, right? To give people a warning that content that they're sharing has been found to be not true, to be misleading. And at a certain given point, if folks are not responding to those prompts, if they're continuing to share misleading information on the platform, then we're going to restrict the visibility of everything that they do. This is part of our approach to limiting this content. Next slide. The key question basically comes up then of, okay, so how do you work out what's true and not true, right? And I think actually that is in many ways a more complex question than determining what is hate speech, for example. If we can say globally that comparing a group by their protected characteristics to animals is hate speech, then all it takes is an understanding of different languages to say, yes, that is the word in Sesotho for this group, and that is the word for insects in a given language. Again, that is hate speech, we remove it. Working out what's true or what's false is a vastly more complex, in some ways much more sensitive process, right? Sometimes it takes years, it takes decades, sometimes never. The truth never emerges about a given event, right? It's often not easy to work out what is true and what is false and what falls somewhere in between on this spectrum. We've also consistently had feedback that for any one given company, including us, that's not an appropriate role for us to be playing. People don't want Meta to be essentially the sort of arbiter of truth in South Africa's elections, to be working out what is true and what is false ourselves or in any given country at any given point in time, right? Our answer to that conundrum is local partnerships, as Dudu Asang was saying before. We work in partnership with more than 90 fact-checkers all around the world, covering more than 60 languages, including quite a number of languages in South Africa, and we're continuing to work to plug any gaps. I think we cover 7 or 8 of the 11 national languages in South Africa through our fact-checking partners there, Africa Check and AFP. Question again comes up as to, okay, so how do you know who's a trustworthy fact checker? You do see more and more these days government or political parties creating websites or whatever it might be, presenting themselves as a fact checker. And essentially what they're doing is kind of attacking the opposition's narrative, right? So how do we make sure that we're working with reliable partners? That logo in the top right corner is the IFCN. Here we go, the International Fact-Checking Network. And all of our fact-checking partners are certified on an annual basis by this institution. The IFCN is essentially the kind of global governance standard-setting body for fact-checkers. They have a code of principles, which I think has 41 principles in it, basically, along which fact-checkers are assessed. Fact-checkers have to be transparent about where their money is coming from. They have to publish on their website where their budget is coming from. They have to be transparent about their sources. They have to be non-partisan. That is to say that they can't be focusing on misinformation claims that are emerging from any one side of society over another. And they're subject to scrutiny on all of these points on an annual basis. It's a really high standard to meet. There's lots of fact checkers out there who haven't been certified by the IFCN because it's hard to get this certification. But we think it's really important. These standards are really important to make sure that the partners we entrust with doing this essential work are meeting those standards of independence, of neutrality, of professionalism, of transparency, etc. So this is a vital part of how we tackle misinfo. It's also fair to say that, you know, local partnerships are essential. Understanding what is true and what is false requires amazing connections in the community. It requires understanding of languages. It requires an understanding of the history and the context, right? Fact checkers are really well placed, our local partners, to do this work. Our fact checkers are independent. That means that we as Meta can't force them to say, you have to fact check this piece of content, or you shouldn't fact check this other piece of content. They're essentially independent to make those decisions for themselves. However, we do give them some guidelines on what kind of content we would like them to be focusing on. We generally ask them to focus on viral misinformation. That's kind of self-evident, right? Also to look at timely, trending, consequential claims. So, for example, football transfer rumours. Lionel Messi has joined Arsenal Football Club. I wish it was true, but it's not the kind of consequential misinformation that we're talking about here, right? We're talking about politics, we're talking about public health, we're talking about social issues, all this kind of stuff. That's what we want our fact checkers to focus on. Manipulated or out of context media, Gen AI, edited photos, photos taken from another country a long time ago, shared in the context of today in South Africa, that kind of thing. There's also some content that we ask them not to focus on, that should be ineligible for fact-checking on our platforms. Opinions. When people are just sharing their views, they're saying this government is rubbish or that party is rubbish. That's not misinformation. That's just their views, right? Right or wrong, whether I agree with it or not. We don't want that kind of content to be fact-checked. That's important political speech, right? We also, and to be transparent, this is probably the area of our policies that gets the most disagreement. It's not something that everybody agrees with. Political speech is exempt from fact-checking on our platform. So that doesn't mean misinformation about politics. It doesn't mean misinformation about a political candidate or about a political party. It just means that the direct, unedited, unfiltered speech of a politician, someone running for public office, someone already in public office, isn't eligible for fact-checking. Our sort of principled belief is that, you know, the media, the democratic process is the right way to scrutinise the kind of language that comes from politicians, rather than our fact-checking programme wading in and adjudicating on whether this party or that party is, you know, pushing misinfo or not, essentially. But understand there are different views about that. A few other examples there. I think we'll share this deck if folks want a bit more detail, but in the interest of time, I'll skip the rest. Next slide. And then inform. This is the end of my presentation, essentially, but actually is possibly the most important of the three pillars. Like I said, we fundamentally believe that the approach to tackling misinformation has to be centred in giving people access to reliable information, so that they can understand that context, so that maybe they can tell their friends, hey, that thing that I shared in the family WhatsApp group before or whatever is not true, and here's the evidence why. So we work with those fact checkers. They find a piece of content on Facebook or Instagram which isn't true. They write an article, a full sort of news article essentially, where they say, there was this post, here's what it says, here's the evidence explaining why that thing is not true. When they do that, our systems automatically find the pieces of content, sometimes a couple, sometimes hundreds, sometimes thousands, right? It can completely depend. Automatically demote, limit the visibility of those contents, and apply a label. You might well have seen this on your own Facebook or Instagram accounts in the past. These labels say something like, false information, click here to learn more. And if you click on the button, it will take you to the fact check article, giving you that evidence, giving you that information, so that you, as a person using one of our services, can understand why that photo is not from South Africa, for example. Next slide. We also kind of proactively try and give people access to reliable information about some trending topics, right? About climate change, about COVID, about elections, give people reliable information about where and how to vote, or during the time of COVID, right, where you might be able to get a vaccine, or what case data is like in your local area. Climate change, what is the latest research, what does the latest science says? This is stuff that is not tied to individual posts containing misinformation, but that we're trying to put out there and make available to people so that we're kind of getting ahead of some of those narratives, right? People can easily access reliable information on these trending topics. Thank you so much. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dudu and Tom, for the presentation. We'll now go to TikTok. Tom, please don't log off because we are going to be asking you some few questions. So if you can stay in there. From
okay.
TikTok.
Yes, thank you. I'm trying to share my slides.
You can go ahead and share from your side.
Yeah, I'm going to be sharing now. Are you able to see my screen? No, they can't.
We cannot hear anything from our side. TikTok, can you hear us? If you can please unmute.
I've unmuted. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, but from very far. If you can try to project.
Can you hear me better now?
It is still very low. Maybe it is from our side. IT at the back, if you can please increase the volume.
Is it better now?
It's still not that clear, but I think the volume that is increasing is mine now.
Are you able to see my? Are you able to see my presentation?
The presentation, yes.
Okay.
Are you able to hear from the floor? Okay, it is better now. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Okay, so good day, everyone. Good day, Chair. Good day, honorable members. Good day to everybody in the room. My name is Ajwa Ankoma. Thank you for inviting me. I am from TikTok. I am from the Government Relations and Public Policy team, and I head up the efforts in the SADC region, as well as the safety focus across sub-Saharan Africa. Today, I'm going to be taking you through a presentation on how TikTok works with a focus on election integrity and authenticity. I'm also joined by two of my colleagues online, Yuvanka Pedrigo, who's from our Trust and Safety team. She is from our Elections Integrity team. And I'm also joined by Guy Bolton, who's our Threats Disruption Manager, and he is from our Influence Operations Threat Disruptions team. So in terms of agenda, I will begin by taking you through a brief product snapshot of how TikTok works, our content moderation and community guidelines approach, our digital well-being and safety tools, our elections integrity approach, our data and privacy approach, as well as our approach to political accounts and political advertising. I'll also then take you briefly through some of our engagements with government, as well as our public policy programs that are focused on elections. Sorry, I just want to check, is it showing as a full screen on your side? Because on my side, it's not. For some reason, when I show it as a full screen, it then goes back.
I think it is fine from our side. You're going to proceed at all?
Okay.
Perhaps you can just put it on the presentation mode. Yeah. Thank you.
So TikTok is a unique place where culture starts and creativity knows no bounds, where anyone can discover, create, and share content that they love. Our mission is to inspire creativity and bring joy, and it is a mission that we take very seriously. Our platform is a leading destination for short-form video content and is a home for creative expression through videos that create a genuine, inspiring, and joyful experience. At TikTok, we have communities and there's lots of elements that we bring to our communities that we take pride in. So for one, it's a place for entertainment. It's a platform that makes it very easy to enjoy content and connect with a global community of fellow creators. One of the key differences between TikTok and other platforms is that it is an interest-based platform rather than a social-based platform. So it's less about who you know and who your friends are within the app, and more about what are your interests and what are other people posting, and how do you interact with that kind of content in the app. It's also a place for creative expression. TikTok is, as I said, the leading destination for short-form video content. And that's largely because we make it very easy for everyone to share on the app. There's lots of creative tools such as custom soundtracks and video effects. It's also a place to grow your business. We've seen that be a really growing part of TikTok. We've seen TikTok really help people tell their story and share what their businesses do and connect them with customers from around the globe. It's also a place to explore the world. We're quite committed to creating a global community where people from all walks of life are interacting with each other. We've got hundreds of millions of people on TikTok across 150 markets and across all generations, and everyone is using the app to express themselves and connect with each other. And of course, there's the anchor, which is the For You feed. Through the For You feed, you're able to share and find content and connect with others, and it's based on a personalized recommendation system with safety built into the design. For those who are unfamiliar with the app, I'm going to play a very, very brief video. It's from our recent campaign called TikTok That's How, and that campaign was focused on showing people how you can share like life hacks and skills and just have the app be a teaching platform. So I'm going to play this very brief video.
They're coming in an hour. Crispy chicken with crushed chips. And then you tie your bunny knot. Papa, how? Hey!
How? It's really simple. Put it inside.
How?
How? TikTok, that's how.
So when you look at TikTok, this is what you'll see on your phone. You'll see the For You page, which is your personalized recommendations. You'll see a creation page. You'll see your notifications page, as well as a profile, with all of your settings. A lot of people ask us, how does our For You page work? So the For You page works based on video performance. And that's all based on sort of the watch time, the region that you're watching from, the likes that that video gets, the shares that that video gets, and the comments that that video gets. And that determines whether that video is then going to be seen on your For You page. How do we rank the For You page videos? So there's a lot of different factors. This is not the, these are not all of the factors. I'm just gonna go through a few of them. So it's based on our watch rate and finish rate, and that's the average time that is spent watching the video and the percentage of users who watch the video to completion. It's also based on ongoing hashtags and trends, and that's something to really bear in mind when we think of elections content, because based on each region, you're likely to see more elections-based content when that becomes a trending topic that tends to be closer to the elections or closer to key dates like registration. It's also based on our comments, so reactions to videos, also on follows, so it will look at how many people are watching that video, then following it, or following the creator, or visiting the profile, seeing the other videos of the creator. It's also based on how many people share that video within the community, and also the likes on that video. Now I'll take you briefly through our content moderation and community guidelines approach. At TikTok, we prioritize safety, diversity, inclusion, and authenticity, and our community guidelines are the overarching framework for our safety policies. We develop these policies based on consultative research, expertise provided from external partners, and adherence to our values. During election cycles, our community guidelines are tested on many fronts, from hateful behavior to elections misinformation. Our community guidelines apply to everyone and everything on TikTok. We remove or control for any content that violates our guidelines, and this may include video, audio, live stream, images, comments, links, or any other text. We have a holistic approach to crafting our community guidelines. We're constantly iterating our guidelines informed by harms, regulators, experts, social values, cultural norms, amongst others. TikTok is at its core an entertainment platform, and the vast majority of content on TikTok is viewed via the For You page. So we run extra checks on this content to ensure it is okay for wider consumption. We have sophisticated automated detection systems and human moderators who constantly look for violations and ensure speedy responses to user reports. We have very comprehensive community guidelines that clearly state what can and cannot be done on the platform. These guidelines are extensive and, like we said, they're developed in continued partnership with experts from around the globe. The world is ever changing and it's a complex industry-wide challenge. And so we are committed to consistently evaluating and refining our protection measures and policies. Balance, dignity, and fairness are the three community principles that guide our decisions about how we moderate content. These are the foundations of our community guidelines. We aim to be fair in our actions, protect human dignity, and strike a balance between freedom of expression and preventing harm. As mentioned earlier, we regularly review and evolve our community guidelines to address emerging risks and potential harms that may occur from new behaviors. So these are our latest community guidelines. They were renewed in March 2023. In the interest of time, I won't go through each one of them, but as you can see, our policies are extensive, and behind each of these guidelines, we have teams dedicated to each of these focus areas, ensuring that we detect and remove violations promptly and in a timelessly manner. We have a multi-tiered moderation process that uses machine learning technology, human review, and user reporting. Our intelligent machine learning models analyze text, images, and behavioral signals to identify content that may violate our community guidelines. This allows us to make swift, proactive actions, We have a very dedicated and always growing team of human moderators that cross-review this content. And our moderation effort is based on proactive detection technology, robust human moderation, and issue-specific teams. In terms of upholding human rights, our human rights commitment to the UN Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights implies that we undertake certain processes in the protection of human rights, such as ongoing human rights due diligence to identify and mitigate human rights risk and engaging with key external stakeholders, especially those belonging to the human rights communities, to embed their perspectives in our work. In 2022, our Global Trust and Safety team completed a due diligence exercise in the form of a human rights impact assessment. And through this, two specific recommendations regarding elections expanding there were two specific recommendations regarding elections, and that was expanding our fact-checking coverage in countries undergoing elections and furthering external engagement with key stakeholders. These recommendations have the overarching goal of minimizing risks to freedom of expression, safety, and privacy, and these were identified as our greatest areas of human rights risk. To further these recommendations, we have bolstered our fact-checking coverage in the region, so in Sub-Saharan Africa, via partnerships with Code for Africa, and have engaged with global elections experts, including those who work at the intersection of elections and human rights. At TikTok, we also promote a caring working environment for our moderation teams with a focus on psychological well-being of our moderators. As such, we belong to the Trust and Safety Professionals Association, which allows them to access resources for career development, connect with peers, and participate in workshops. Our primary focus is on preventative care measures to minimize the risk of psychological injury through well-timed support training and tools. So example of some of those tools is that we use grayscaling of the content, we use muting and blurring of the content, we control exposure to graphic content when reviewing and moderating, and we also have ongoing clinical and therapeutic support. In our latest community guidelines enforcement report, we've revealed just how positive the content on TikTok is, with fewer than 1% of videos being removed for violating our community guidelines or terms of service. What's more, 81% of violating videos were found and removed before they received any views, indicating a very low prevalence of violating content being seen on our platform. 96.7% of these videos were removed before reporting to us, and 89.9% were removed in less than 24 hours of being uploaded to TikTok. We're very proud of these numbers, and they reflect the commitment to safety that we have towards our community. We also acknowledge that these numbers are not 100% success rate in catching inappropriate content, but we are constantly improving this. In terms of more local numbers, that 66% of videos were removed before a user reported, 66.8% were removed before any views, and 83.3% were removed within 24 hours of being posted. As reported in our last community guidelines enforcement report, which we publish quarterly, 298,682 videos were removed from South Africa. Our goal is to promote a positive environment where people are constantly supporting and uplifting each other. We show this commitment through strengthening our safety and well-being tools and the app. We have various well-being and safety tools, and I'm just going to highlight a few which we'd like to highlight during elections. So some of these features include our comment filters. With these comment filters, creators can decide which comments will appear on their videos. When enabled, comments aren't displayed unless the video creator approves them. Creators can also filter keywords that they choose from comments, as well as filter spam and other offensive behaviors. They can also report or delete comments in bulk. There's also keyword filters, so this allows the user to decide which keywords should be hidden from their comments. Once they input these keywords, then they are automatically hidden from the user's posts. We also want to encourage our community to treat everyone with kindness and respect. So we have a feature where we prompt people before they post offensive comments. So the system will detect certain words, and before people are posting those words, then they will be prompted to reconsider. As we strive to be transparent with all of our users and how they interact, we also have a tool at the bottom of every video that encourages users to seek more information from the videos that they download and interact with. We also give users control over who sees their content, both at an account level as well as the video level. So accounts can be set to public or private, but also every single individual video can also be set to private or visible to everyone, or just visible to people you're friends with or people who follow you back, or just yourself. To put these kindness tools sort of in context, we have run elections all over the world, and there's an increasing focus from some of our partners on minority election candidates and ensuring that there's no abuse. So these kind of filter and keyword features that we have really allow them to control that kind of oppressive behavior online. We also have our safety resources that are available online. So we have 2 centers that we like to highlight. That's our safety center, as well as our youth portal. When you visit these 2, you will be able to access many guidelines that expand on our community guidelines, as well as on our approaches, where you will also be able to access our enforcement reports, as well as any hotlines that we have with partners targeted towards well-being. I'll now hand over to my colleague Jovanka to unpack our approach to elections integrity.
Thank you so much, Adjoa. Hi, I'm really delighted to be here. My name is Jovanka Perdigan, and I'll be taking you through TikTok's election integrity program. Next slide. So TikTok's Trust and Safety, we work to build a safe and trustworthy platform that can support joyful and authentic human interaction. Our holistic elections integrity program is designed to provide users with accurate election information, but also combat any misinformation and disinformation. We work with proven experts to develop the best-in-class policies and solutions, and our holistic approach starts with providing accurate information to our users and to be socially responsible and respectful to local and social cultural norms. When it comes to our policies, we have a list of robust misinformation policies. We encourage our users to have respectful conversations about subjects that matter to them, and we do not permit any misinformation that causes harm to individuals, our community, or the larger public. We do not allow election misinformation, which is any content that misleads our community members about elections or other civic processes, such as, for example, how to vote, how to register, any misinformation about dates of an election, or any false information regarding eligibility requirements for candidates to run in elections. We also don't permit any synthetic media or public figures that are used for political or commercial endorsements if it violates any other policy. Synthetic or manipulated media that shows realistic scenes must be clearly disclosed. We also have continued to expand our policy on platform interference, which targets both foreign or domestic actors attempting to mislead users as to their purpose or identity while trying to exert influence over organic conversations related to elections. We We've also made it easy for people to report any misleading content directly to our app, and we have a dedicated team that reviews these reports in accordance to our policies. Next slide. When it comes to enforcement, we have invested in scalable tech solutions, such as, for example, machine learning models to fight mis and disinformation and detect any suspicious behavior. We also look into coordinated account creation, detection systems, whose removal is facilitated by our security team. We also invest in real-time risk monitoring and internal and external research and threat intelligence that can surface any leads and trends. We combine all these signals to detect any suspicious behavior on our platform and enable the removal by our moderation and investigation teams, thus protecting our community. Next slide. So as you can see, this is our election guide. This is actually an example of the election center that we launched in the run-up to the municipal elections in South Africa in 2021. So this election center exists within the app and includes usually essential voter information, which goes live a few weeks before elections. So through the election guides, we enable our users to basically access the most accurate information, such as by doing this through placing a clickable election banner at the main page of the app. Users clicking on the banner will be redirected to this in-app election hub, as you see. We also label all election-related videos, which enable users to, again, access this election hub. The labels are also placed based on matching election-related keywords in video by manually. Users also searching for any election-related content on TikTok will also be served an election search banner, enabling them to access, once again, this election hub. Users that are also searching for any election-related hashtags will be prompted to an election public service announcement, reminding them about the upcoming election, our community guidelines, and again, serving a link to our election hub. Next slide. We also work very closely with local expert partners, as I said, to inform us about the relevant policies and risk management of misinformation, including our ongoing work with our fact-checking partner, Code for Africa, who are on call during election periods and to assess basically the accuracy of content so we can quickly remove any false or manipulated videos. While content is being fact-checked, or when the content can be substantiated through fact-checking, it may become ineligible for recommendation into the For You feed and may have a banner added to alert viewers. Next slide. Again, these are some of the examples of elections hubs we've launched for different elections across SSA, the first being for the Kenyan elections last year, and to your right, the Nigerian elections that happened this year. So this is just an example so that you can see how we've designed our election hub to provide all the latest information in terms of elections, voter requirements, and any programs that we have. So for example, for both the Kenyan election, we had what we call TikTok for Peace. And this is the video here in the middle where we had different people from the community talking about elections, election readiness, and misinformation. So this is one of our exciting programs that you can see right here on this page.
Hi guys, Bob here, and I know Nairobi is really cold, but something that's even way cooler is the fact that TikTok is hosting a series of live streaming events to talk about reducing the spread of misinformation and spotting fake news during the election season. I am so happy to announce that I will be speaking at one of these plenary sessions that will be hosted on Article 19's TikTok account. Now, to catch this live stream, tune in tomorrow, 13th July from 1 p.m. on Article 19's TikTok account and find out what role you can play to ensure that we have a free and fair general election. I really look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow and also reading your comments and getting your questions tomorrow to just ensure that, we all learn something at the end of this day. Cannot wait to see you guys then. Take care of yourselves.
Thank you. Yes, and so why do we build and invest in, for example, the Election Hub or these TikTok for Peace programs? Well, the reason why we launched the Election Hub is for two main reasons: to counteract, once again, misinformation. Whilst we've invested in a lot of detection systems and user safety tools to fight against misinformation, we want to empower our community by providing them access to authoritative information related to elections so that we can reduce the effectiveness of any coordinated campaigns or any misinformation sharing. We also, for the second reason, we also launch it to reduce any activity from bad actors who are looking to develop new ways of suppressing voting or spreading any type of misinformation regarding registration voting. So we want to basically proactively provide access to the most accurate information in easy and suitable ways. Thank you. Next slide. But beyond our election hub, we also have, prior to any high priority elections, we gather all of our teams in trust and safety, ranging from policy, legal, government, and comms, to plan for high risk scenarios. Based on these sessions, we will work to improve our operational process, update our policy guidance, and launch any innovative product solutions. Throughout the electoral period, these teams work tirelessly to handle any emergency and identify any misinformations in trends in real time and address them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivanka. So in terms of our approach to data and privacy on the platform, at TikTok, we're committed to respecting and protecting the privacy and data of our community. I'll focus on this commitment by taking you through some examples of the type of data that we collect. So we collect account information, that would be your username, your age, your email address. We collect behavioral information, so that would be the videos that you like, the videos that you skip, the videos that you create, the videos that you watch to completion. We also take technical information like your IP address and your mobile network. And then we also get information from third parties. So that's from platforms like your Apple ID or your Google account. TikTok takes this information when a user creates an account on the platform. And this is all in line with our privacy policy, which is available both in-app as well as on our website, describing all of the information that's collected and why it is used and how it's used. So why do we collect this information? There are various reasons. We collect this information to make personalized content recommendations based on the communities that you're interested in. So that would be largely your For You page. We also collect this information to ensure safety and security. We collect information to enhance the user experience, improve our design, and we also collect the information to tailor advertisements. Now, in terms of political accounts and advertising on TikTok. TikTok is primarily an entertainment platform. It's where people come to share their stories and understand each other's experiences. Those stories can touch on all aspects of their lives, and of course, this includes current events or elections and political issues. As we have set out before, we want to continue developing policies that foster and promote a positive environment, but also ensure that it is not divisive. We do that by working hard to keep out misinformation and by prohibiting political advertising throughout. We also distinguish between user-generated content and paid ads. So when we're talking about political advertising, we're not talking about organic content. We're talking about content that is linked to any payment. Because we push ads to our users, that kind of content, of course, has a higher bar. And so we need to ensure that it is safe before we push it out. TikTok has long prohibited political advertising, and this includes both paid ads on the platform as well as branded content by creators. We currently do that by prohibiting political content in an ad. We're also applying restrictions at an account level. This means that an account belonging to a politician or a political party will automatically have its access to any of the advertising features turned off. We want to be clear that this also includes branded content, because often people think this is just a traditional ad, but if you pay someone to post, that's also considered branded content, and that is also prohibited. If we find out that accounts are being paid to post political content on TikTok, then that content is violative and they risk being permanently or temporarily banned from the account. Of course, sharing political beliefs and engaging in political conversation is allowed as organic content. It just cannot be paid. Just to clarify the kind of content that we prohibit. So this is adverts or paid content that opposes candidates, that promotes certain candidates, that tries to solicit campaign funds, that promotes merchandise that's related to candidates. It's also any content that attacks government policies or track records. And of course, this is only paid content. People are allowed to have freedom of expression in terms of the user-generated organic content. Just to clarify further on what we consider branded content, if you are receiving any kind of payment, so that's even gifts or money, we will consider it branded content. If it references a political candidate, if it references a former or current political leader, if it references a political party or a political organization. Also, you cannot use the language or imagery of that political party or organization to influence a political outcome. We also prohibit any monetization features on these accounts. So unlike other accounts, these political accounts are not allowed to engage in gifting, tipping, any e-commerce. They're not allowed to be eligible for any of the creator funds that we establish from time to time. These are accounts that are not allowed to solicit money or campaign fundraising. And in general, we do try and strike a balance between, people discussing these issues and advertising, but we're quite robust in the application of this policy. So in terms of verification of political accounts, if our community is watching content from an account belonging to a government, politician, or political party, we definitely want them to know that the account is genuine. We don't proactively encourage politicians or political parties to join the platform, but we do welcome them if they're there. We just want to make sure that the community knows that the source is authentic when watching that content. So verification is one of the ways that we let our community know that an account is authentic and that it belongs to a user that it represents. This also helps us build trust between these high-profile creators as well as the community. While verification is always the account owner's choice, it's highly recommended for high-profile creators to build trust with their community. We also have strong mechanisms in place to identify impersonating accounts of politicians, government ministers, political parties, or political organizations. We promptly remove these accounts once we detect them. We are also continuously working quite closely with government and the Elections Authority, the IEC, to keep the app safe, particularly during election periods. As you know, we're part of the multi-platform agreement, which is coordinated by the IEC, and we look forward to continued collaboration under this agreement. We have an official government channel, the TSET, where verified and onboarded regulators can submit requests for takedown, where believed to be in violation of TikTok's community guidelines or local laws. They submit these requests together with relevant legal documentation, and then we review and apply. We also work with law enforcement We are committed to developing and maintaining quite strong relationships with global law enforcement and government agencies, as well as local law enforcement. In keeping with our commitment to being transparent in the sector, we have our transparency and accountability centers, which government stakeholders are always welcome to visit. Visits can be arranged both in person as well as virtually. At these transparency centers, we are able to take the visitors through our moderation approach. They're able to see the moderation in practice. It's just really a way of enabling our government stakeholders to improve their own co-regulation processes through visits at our transparency centers. In terms of public policy programs, we are constantly working together with government to improve awareness of our own safety tools, as well as improve digital skills and literacy, as well as promote responsible digital citizenry on our platform. As we said, TikTok for Peace is one of our flagship programs that we launched towards this effort. So it was launched last year. We did our first one in the Kenyan elections, and then we did it recently in the Nigerian elections, and we're working on doing it again for the South African elections. We've also used TikTok for Peace in other conversations. So we've collaborated with SADAG to have conversations around mental health. And we are constantly reaching out to stakeholders for increased collaboration. The way that the platform works, and Ivanka did take you through a brief video, but basically we organize these live in-person conversations targeted at university students. We record these conversations and then we release them on a page on the app. Sometimes we then also have these conversations live. So currently we have met with the IEC to discuss proposals ahead of the upcoming registration drives, as well as eventually when the election dates are released. We find that it's better to organize these kind of conversations closer to these key sort of tentpole dates, because our app, as we said, is really based on what is trending and what is of interest to users at that time. So the rationale behind TikTok for Peace is that instead of us just solely relying on our moderation efforts to drive out misinformation, we then have these sort of stimulating, credible conversations to also anchor some of these inflammatory conversations. As we said, we started it in Kenya, which many had anticipated would be quite an inflammatory election, to simulate conversations around what does it mean to be a responsible citizen, what does it mean to engage responsibly around the election period. And that is all for me. Thank you very much. Thank you for all of our team, and we look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much, Ador and your team for the presentation. So we're going to take this opportunity to then take questions, starting with Honorable Mazzoni, number one. Number two, I see DDG, GCIS. DDG, GCIS. Number three, I see Honorable Mudakane. Number four, I see Ntombi from the department. I think those are the observations that we will take for now. You can proceed, Honorable Mazon.
Thank you so much, Honorable Facilitator. Honorable Facilitator, I wonder if it's possible for the people who addressed us, if they could turn their cameras on, because I feel terribly rude speaking to Tom, I hope you don't mind me calling you Tom. My name's Natasha. Please call me Natasha, Adoa, Ivanka. So I want to say this first about TikTok. And please, let me start by saying this. Salman Rushdie once said that freedom of speech and expression is the first principle. And when you lose the right to offend someone through expression, you lose the right to freedom of speech. And I am a true liberal, and I believe in freedom of speech. But having said that, that freedom of speech must be true. Because there's no good that I stand up and I say, I met Tom O'Brien, he's a short blonde guy who lives in Cape Town. Because we all know that Tom O'Brien is quite a tall man with dark hair who's talking to us from the United Kingdom. So that takes away the legitimacy of my freedom of expression. Because that's not freedom of expression, it's a blatant lie. Now, I belong to a political party whose research department and an MP flew to London and literally caused the closing down of Bell Pottinger by proving that Bell Pottinger was spreading misinformation to cause a racial rift in a country that is already very racially divided and is a racial hotbed at the moment because it suits some people for it to be like that. Most of us don't want it. 99.9% of us don't want that, but that 0.001% want it, and they almost got it right. But we went overseas and we took Bell Pottinger on and we won. We won. And that doesn't mean that we stopped Bell Pottinger's right to freedom of expression. What we did is we stopped a blatant lie. So, Tom, I am the antithesis of woke. Nothing triggers me, so I'm completely honest, so you can be completely honest. However, I respect everyone, and I expect respect back. My pronouns are she and her, so that is how you can address me if you would like. I would prefer that you call me Natasha. I think the term honorable is ridiculous and should only be used in the House. I must tell you this, Tom. In South Africa, we already have something that protects politicians, and it's called parliamentary privilege. And that means I can stand up in Parliament and I can say, Tom O'Brien is a short blonde man who lives in Port Elizabeth. And you can do nothing to me in a civil court whatsoever, because I have privilege. But what you can do is you can ask a political party to refer me to the Powers and Privileges Committee of Parliament, and they will then investigate me and see if I've broken a parliamentary rule by lying about something that I know not to be true. So you must understand, I mean this with great respect. I think it is a cop-out of Meta to say that you are not the arbiter of the truth. You are the arbiter of the truth. Because I can't walk into your office and go, that's not true, delete. That's not true, delete. That person's impersonating this person, delete. And Tom, let me tell you, I worked very closely on the state capture case. You know about state capture in South Africa. I got so many death threats on Facebook. And every time I reported them, I would get the following answer. Facebook is looking into this issue, but in the interim, this is what you can do. You can block this person. You can set your privacy thing to a higher level, etc., etc. Now, the thing is, if you're a politician and you're on Facebook, you have to accept a few things. You have to accept if you're on Instagram, if you're on Facebook, if you're on TikTok. Twitter's not here. I don't think it's called Twitter anymore. I don't even know what it's called. You lose a certain amount of your privacy. But as a public figure, you have to accept that you lose your privacy, right? So when you tell me, especially at Adoa, you showed us how much information you have of mine, me and my colleague looked at each other and we said, wow, we really have very little privilege, very little privacy. But the thing is, we've chosen to have that little privacy because we've read your terms and conditions. We understand that you are going to follow us because you need to create an algorithm. And I know your algorithm because everything that comes up on my TikTok at the moment is Kanyaman. I'm actually going to change my algorithm because I'm sick of seeing Kanyaman all the time. I made the mistake of watching his videos all the way to the end. But when I ran a political campaign, I ran it through TikTok because I decided to show the country that you could run an internal political campaign without spending 1 cent. And it was done in a way that I didn't breach any of your terms and conditions. Facebook, however, immediately took down my contents and I was put in Facebook jail. Tom, I'm an ex-con of Facebook jail. I was jailed. And then I came out of Facebook and I shared something from Il Volo, which is a music group, and you put me in jail again. You said I'd committed copyright infringement, even though it was on Facebook and all I did was share it. I had no idea. And you put me in jail again. So for 2 months, I was in Facebook jail. So Instagram and TikTok, you had me all to yourselves. But here's the thing. You have no idea the ability you have to affect the outcome of an election if you don't view yourselves as the arbiters of truth. Because all of your commitments to us and all of your terms and conditions are social contracts that we enter into. And part of those social contracts are that we will be true and faithful and kind and try not to hurt anyone, and most importantly, tell the truth. Now I, Tom, come to South Africa because your colleague, I would love to take them with me to Bryanston, which is an area in Johannesburg. You're from Johannesburg, right? I would like to take them to Bryanston, and I will show you buildings that have been derelict that are now turned into Facebook bot factories, where people are literally paid for every Facebook post they will put up against someone. So an algorithm will come up with my name or my political party's name or any of my colleagues sitting here, because none of us are particularly popular, because we talk the truth. That's why we're on the communications portfolio. And if any of their names come up, they see it, and then they become an algorithm. And it's not the truth. Sometimes it's the truth, and when it's the truth, it's great. But when it's not the truth, you have no idea how damaging it can be for an election. And that is what I'm trying to say is, you are not dealing, even though you are told that South Africa is a third world developing country. When it comes to digital technologies, we are right up there with some of the best in the world. And as South Africans, we are proud to say that we have a high digital literacy rate. We have most people in South Africa. In fact, I think the last time we checked on this committee, there were 89 million smartphones, and there's only about 60 million South Africans. That means at least 20 million have 2 smartphones each. That's an incredible feat. So we might not be huge in numbers compared to the United States or compared to China or compared to Russia. So the influence in elections might not be that great. But think about the 60 million people who are on Facebook, who are on Instagram, who are on TikTok. Because I can tell you, I'm a bit embarrassed to say this, Ivanka, on Instagram, I've only got 2,192 followers because I did a clear out the other day. There are a few parodies of me, and I don't mind the parodies because they say, in brackets, satirical. If you want to tease me, I'm a politician. Look at me. You're supposed to tease me. I'm 6'2". I look like a giant. Of course I'm going to get teased. That's part of my job. On TikTok, I do dance videos. I do all the fun stuff, and I want people to see who I am. That's what it's for. But it's all the truth. So if I get thrown into Facebook jail because I posted something that was already on Facebook and I had no idea that it was copyright infringement, Tom, you have to explain to me how 11 people can threaten to slit my throat, and I send it to you as a complaint, and it comes back 4 days later saying, you see no problem with it because it was simply freedom of expression of the person who wrote it. Now, that's not freedom of expression. That's threatening harm, it's threatening violence, and it's causing me, if I was woke, to be mentally triggered. I'm not mentally triggered. I'm physically prepared. So they must come, and believe you me, we'll see who draws first. And it will be me. So the point is, please do not cop out on the importance that you have in terms of misinformation and disinformation. Because the two in South Africa are sometimes very hard to distinguish between. But I can tell you, and my colleagues will tell you too, stuff goes out all the time that is a blatant lie. And at the moment, we're going through a phase where we're having a lot of violent protests. And what is the worst thing that happens? And all my colleagues here will testify. A voice note will go out from someone. And the voice note will say, they're shutting down this station. Go and get as much diesel and as much petrol and as much water and as much canned food. And Tom, your colleague, they will know that what I'm telling you is not an over-exaggeration. You thought the toilet paper crisis of COVID was bad. You should have seen the petrol crisis of South Africa a couple of months ago when we were told that there would be no diesel left. All the diesel was being stolen. It was all going out of our port because one person, one human being, created a voice note that went to over 16 million people got that voice note. And not Facebook, not Instagram, TikTok, it didn't affect you, you're lucky. Not Twitter, no one took that down. And everyone who reposted it, and they reposted it on WhatsApp, not one of them got sent to jail like I got sent to jail. Not one. But South African laws clamping down because they're saying if you're on a WhatsApp group that is disseminating misinformation or disinformation, you are then going to be liable even if you are not the original sender. But you know the backlogs that we have in our courts, it will never happen. So that's why I'm asking you. In fact, I'm not asking you. I'm begging you on behalf of South Africa, who is about to go into an election in 2024. Accept the responsibility that you have of being the arbiters of truth and make the world see that you are not promoters of disinformation or misinformation, and that you take it completely seriously, and that it really is your social contract with us when we join you, our freedom of association to join you, that you will, in fact, protect us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson, Program Director. My question is directed at, I've got 4 questions actually, but they're very brief. So it's Meta and all the platforms. I think at the start of the presentation, Dudu, you presented the information criminals, the cyber criminals, and that it's your responsibility to minimize this disinformation. My question would be, do you report these takedowns, the actual content that you take down to law enforcement agencies? And my question also would be then, to which country do you report that to? And which country law will apply? The second question would be, how do you remove content on WhatsApp platform, especially when it's in a group or whichever? So if you can just take us through that. Third question to yourself and Tom would be, would you say that most disinformation happens on the X platform, Twitter? They are not here, I'm sure we can speak about them. Is that the reason why they went through that process of doing account verifications? And then the last question would be to all the platforms would be, I see the commitment of setting up public or government relations offices in country, which is commended and appreciated. However, I don't see the commitment of your offices across the platforms of your commitment to procurement laws for example, in South Africa, PFMA, and that will require that you're on CSD to allow government departments and entities to be directly, or you register directly with those entities, because there's other campaigns that are not only elections, but perhaps it's home affairs, and they want to disseminate information on collecting your ID or some other public information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, facilitator. Sisumazoni has spoken on some of the issues. I want just to raise one point, and also I'm just commenting on some of it. My understanding, in general, that politics by its very nature is high competition. And also, we base on different policies as political parties. I'm not sure how do you see a wrong policy from a right policy. Because we are not arbitrators. But also I move from the premise that everyone who's registered to vote has a choice. There will be no person that is generally doesn't have the liking and disliking of one or other parties, generally speaking. And I'm not sure how you manage that in such a way that we are able to say this one now is wrong, this one is far better, we can manage it, because the essence of politics is competition, can be very heavy competition all over the world anyway. It's about that, it's about contest, it's about differing, it's about really issues that are much hotter than I think what we are saying here. And then to be arbitrated in that situation, I think it should be a very difficult situation for all platforms. Because firstly, you'll have your own views about many parties. There will be parties that you may not like, generally speaking, and parties that you may support one way or another in a very cyclical way. But also the owners of this platform, generally speaking, they do have their choices in terms of parties, which party they support. I think Elon Musk, generally, will support a party that we know what he supports, a conservative party. He supported that. And sometimes the whole issue sometimes to me becomes a bigger fabrication, a very bigger fabrication in any society, really, because everyone got a choice. There's no way that Musk and Malema, they can agree on anything. I think they differ. And then to be arbitrate in that situation as a staff or the workers, it must be a very difficult thing. But also, I want just to put it to, I think, Comrade Mamazoni is saying, Natasha, that of course we may have even 2 or triple iPhones. But bearing in mind that the South African society, generally speaking, is not as advanced educational as some of the people are talking about. If you are talking about young kids anyway, let alone those who can't read and write at grade 4. And then sometimes to me it's a contradiction that we have a very sophisticated society in using this gadget, but at the same time, they are not really well advanced in terms of education and the issues that we are raising there. But what is it that really you would recommend for members of parliament to amend or to draft it as a law if your self-regulation is working? Because I think the approach that all of you prefer is a self-regulatory approach, because you will know what is good and what is bad. But it's not that what the meeting all about is always to ensure that you influence those who are policymakers in order for them to assist you to put laws that will make it easy for you to regulate what you are trying to do at the voluntary side of things. And I think it would be a good idea that sometimes we'll be able, even if after this meeting or after this symposium, just to identify critical areas that you think members of parliament must concentrate on in order to protect a broader society in terms of many things that are happening and all issues there. And I think that would be very helpful for us. And I think there was an issue that was raised earlier on around information disorders. Because I think it was a very good way of assisting that. The information disorders what is causing a lot of harm to us election, broadly speaking, because people got influenced one way or another. And then by the activism on other areas that they are raising there. But I would have thought really even TikTok, it is in our interest, all of us, to ensure that we don't trivialize politics. We shouldn't take a stand that say no, anyone commenting on this is no. Because anyway, politics is the lifeblood of our countries all over. One way or another, I think we have to manage it. That would be the comment that I wanted just to make. But generally, it's about, I would have thought that those who meet with members of parliament, first and foremost, is to assist them to understand this is a gap in this area. We may request you to assist us in this area in order for you to have a law, whatever you propose. Sometimes I think that to me is a very important. It's not lobbying. It's to raise issues that you think self-regulation cannot cover. Therefore, the law of parliament can then assist you to ensure that you are able to safeguard the platforms, but also assisting us to move on this matter. And I think we should try to do that. And of course, I'm not very advanced in these technological areas, WhatsApp, whatever. I'm still a person of SMSs. And I think Comrade Zandi would say I'm very backward. He always said that I'm very backward. Then I think I will be able to address that. But I just think that we should have a way, though. I'm raising this thing to all platforms. We should have a way where we are able to interact with our primary and higher school in a very systematic way. Because I do think that we are very big platforms. We are very influential with society. In fact, if you can target me today, I think by the end of the day, I'll be destroyed. You are very powerful. Because you are very powerful, can also slightly abuse the privilege that you are giving with society. And then I do think that it's important for us to ensure that at least there are programs that are visible in communities, particularly around the primary level, not really sub-A, I'm not talking about sub-A, But of course, I'm amazed anyway. Even kids who are born yesterday, the next day they are using cell phones better than myself. Then it's very clear that we are moving towards a very serious issue of digital information. Therefore, I think it would be a good idea to have some, you do your empowerment of society at schools and other areas, even in communities. If we can do that in a systematic way, because I know anyway, on many occasions, people, they do hit and run approach. It's just really, it's not real commitment. It's just something to say, at least these people, I've seen them, but there's no commitment to assist them to be empowered in order for them to be better South African citizens. I think we must assist us to do that. And then some recommendation, I think, were presented by the presenter in the morning on the whole issue of information disorders and other areas on that. That's what I wanted just to make as my general comment. And then because I do think that a powerful platform like the media, generally the digital thing, the media, can do more harm with society if there's no sense of consciousness that whatever they are doing also should be assisting us, particularly those who are engaged in politics, to be able to manage it in a truthful manner. Otherwise, in other areas, politics is very demonized. Members of parliament, they are very demonized. As a result of that, sometimes it's very difficult to demonize us today. Tomorrow you want us to change the law. Because once you do that, you destroy the lifeblood of the country. I thought we should find a way of managing it, facilitator. But of course, it's another issue for discussion in future. And then I think we have to engage in that way of working. And thank you for that. And I think those are points that I wanted to raise. We'll debate with Comrade Mazzoni in another meeting.
It is fine. Let's give opportunity to Ntombi. For those who are joining us online, if you have any question, please just raise your hand so that we can recognize you and give you an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. My question is directed Meta. In your presentation, you have reflected a global map where you were showing us your fact-checking capacity. And what I've noticed is that in the SADC region, there's actually barely nothing that you have. If you can explain to us why is that? Because I just want to share with you a research that we came across by Tessa Knight, who's an Atlantic Council Digital Forensic Research Lab. What she found is that there is a lot of misinformation or disinformation in the continent. And the fact that there isn't really a lot that's being done by the platforms in terms of making sure that they're able to curb the phenomena. Thank you.
Okay, Honorable Majos, did you want to say something? I am guilty as charged. I am just waiting for a fine. I'm not so sure whether it will be coupled with an imprisonment as well.
No, it will be very short. I think now we got the message across that social media is a very powerful tool of information. We might want to think that people do not take what they see on social media as the truth, but they do. And sometimes it does make you or break you, as Honorable Natasha was saying, that it might put up some negative impact on you. But mine, I want mainly to focus on the mechanism that you have to remove information quickly before it reaches the public. Because I don't know what relationship you have with Twitter, but most of the information that we get on Facebook, it starts on Twitter and then it comes on Facebook. And then people on Facebook will then get that information and so forth. And you'll find that maybe it is not the truth, it's not what has transpired, but it started on Twitter and then it comes to you. So maybe the relations that you have, so that you work together, if they've found out that this is a misinformation and it's something that must not go to other social platforms, and then you do so. And also, the fact that maybe misinformation does not, maybe it's something that you curb or something like that, but on Facebook, you'll find that there's a person that will hack my account, pretend that that person is Majosi, and I am MMC for housing in a certain district. And that person will be saying that we are giving houses or we are selling these houses at this cost of money. And that information reaches Facebook. Then it goes out to the people. Then we are dealing with damage control instead of maybe being proactive and finding mechanisms to make sure that that information does not actually reach people. Others, they hack you and they go to your friends and ask for money and so forth. And that thing happens, and people have lost a lot of money with those things, because when my friend reaches out to me and saying, I'm stranded in a certain place and certain area and I need help, obviously I would want to help my friend and I would want to send money to them. So in terms of that, what you must, I don't know, what mechanisms do you have in place? Because it takes a long time. I know that I was hacked, not once, not twice, many times, but it takes maybe the whole day. I will have to then delete my Facebook account and then start afresh, tell my friends, please post on Facebook that that is not me that is asking for money. So in terms of that, please, can you get a better maybe mechanism that you can use to make sure, and also these ads that come to your page, you'll find there's an ad of gummies or people selling slimming tablets. Hey, it works within a month or so. And I mean, obviously people would want to go into that space. And once they go into that space, it send them to an online thing. So don't you scrutinize these online adverts that you allow people to post on your pages, so that at least it's both for Facebook and TikTok, because it happens as well on TikTok. They will tell you swipe left, and then you must go online, and then once people pay that, and then their money is now gone. So I don't know, can you maybe explain further what is it that we should do, or when we see such an ad, what is it that, because I always report them, but I don't know if other people will be affected in terms of maybe being robbed of their monies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see a hand from multi-choice and another one there. Let's give them the opportunity. I don't see any hand from our online platform, unless if I have missed it, but I don't see any hand.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the members of the Portfolio Committee and fellow industry mates and everyone in the room. My name is Thabo Makenete. I'm today not wearing the hat of multi-choice. I'm wearing the hat of the chairperson of the National Association of Broadcasters. And perhaps I'd like to offer a solution which, as broadcasting, as you heard from our presentation yesterday, it's something that we've been dealing with for 30 years now. As broadcasters, we have the National Association of Broadcasters, which established the BCCSA also 30 years ago, which is recognized in regulations. We also have the Advertising Regulatory Board, which is also recognized in regulations. And through these bodies that are partly somewhat, should I say, self-regulatory bodies, we have codes of conduct that we have to adhere to. So if an SABC, if an E, if an Mnet broadcasts something inappropriate and someone complains, it goes via the BCCSA, and we have to deal with it as a broadcaster. And the BCCSA has the powers to actually say, this particular piece of content, you have to take it down. The RP also has the same powers, where they can adjudicate to say, this particular ad, it must be taken down because it's offensive. And the public knows very well where to complain when they deal with issues of offensive content or content that is not appropriate. Now, as I said, I would perhaps like to offer a solution to the digital platforms, that this is something that should be looked at, because if I complain to a Facebook, I have complained to Facebook before. It took many times of trying and so on, and nothing really happened. I've complained to YouTube as well. And if you have bodies that are set up and recognized by legislation and by regulations, and it becomes easier for consumers to know that this is where I complain if I find a piece of content that is offensive. We have lots of fake accounts out there. A lot of people have reported this, but they have not been taken down. So this is something that I think the digital platforms should consider, and I do believe that this is something that I think Parliament should also consider, how to come up with regulatory mechanisms that ensure that consumers, the users of these platforms, are protected, and ensure that those protections are such that when a person complains, they will be dealt with. Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. My name is Akho Nandlela. I am Head of Digital Content Development at Parliament. The only comment that I have, which is something that I've struggled since I've been roped in to explore public education content on digital platforms. One of the challenges that I've observed is that whilst political content is being moderated and the way that the digital platforms are moderating it, that seems to be closing down space on public education content. When you look at it, if you're thinking about Parliament, it's an institution of democracy in itself. We must be able to educate the public citizens. But once you put out that advert there about a specific bill that you want to, for instance, to garner support around or to get like public input on, that gets reported as a political ad because it has political content into it. So I just want to get a bit of how do you strike that balance? Because in order for us to reach the public more, we have to utilize the ad support to get wider reach for our message and call for public participation. Right now, the presentation from TikTok says that it does not allow any form of anything that is related to political content. But in its nature, if you want to reach out to the audience or the demographic that is sitting in TikTok, you have to be able to put out those ads that deal with public education on a public matter. I would like to maybe just get a bit of, from the platforms themselves, how do they equip institutions of democracy to be able to do their work of public participation and public education? That's the input that I have.
Okay, thank you, Akona. The last person to make the comment will be Catherine Pillay at the back. And then we'll then allow our panel members to then respond to the questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you can hear me. My name is Katharina Pillay and I work for the South African Communications Forum. Thank you for hosting this workshop symposium. And I think over the last, between yesterday and today, we've heard many presentations and we've seen that the platforms have policies, they have various mechanisms in place to create awareness about the rules and the guidelines. There's something that we need to talk more about, I think, is consumer behavior. So from a platform perspective, you can give me as many tools as you wish. You can give me many prompts, but how many of us actually go in and have a look at what is actually required, what the guidelines are, and even to protect our privacy? So I think that we need to look at some sort of collaborative approach that ensures consumer protection and consumer awareness rather than just being driven from the platforms on its own. Because in as much as you may have fact-checking tools that are available, and even when you do have that and content has been demonstrated to have, not to be factual, it doesn't prevent users from continuing to perpetuate that. An example of that is during Pride Month, there was a report by the UN that didn't actually suggest that same-sex relationships fell into a category of several sexual offenses, but it didn't stop people from perpetuating that, even though when you could see the fact-check responses that demonstrated it was, the forwarding it with that sort of narrative was incorrect. So I think that we need to look at it from a consumer perspective as well, in terms of how do we empower and reduce towards reducing consumer apathy, that consumers take a certain amount of responsibility as well. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment and input. We will now request our panel members, starting with Meta, and then we'll then go to TikTok. You just have above 5 minutes each to respond to everything. Thank you.
Tom, you can go
Okay.
ahead.
Fantastic. Yeah, well, look, first of all, thank you so much for the questions. 5 minutes is short to respond to those very well-informed questions, but let us have a go between the two of us. Lots to think about there. First, I just want to come back to this question of the arbiter of the truth, right? And maybe just clarify a couple of things and underscore again that I actually really do believe that this is the right approach. People can disagree, but let me make the case for this, as opposed to Meta playing more of a proactive role in determining what is and isn't true. The first thing to say is that having this role where actually we work in partnership with local experts who are subject to external scrutiny every year on things like their impartiality and their transparency, I really don't think it means that we're not taking our role responsibly, or that we're not stepping up in that space. Misinformation is an absolutely key priority for the company, right? Recognize that things that are not true, lies, misinformation have probably existed as long as human beings have existed on some level, right? But the internet, social media, our platforms create a risk for those narratives to spread fast online. And we have this approach. I talked you through the three-part strategy. It's our attempt to balance those competing demands of safety and voice, freedom of expression and security, but then it's not perfect. And we don't get things right every single time. Even our fact-checking partners don't get things right every single time. Speaker spoke about instances of going into Facebook jail or having content removed that they thought looked benign or shouldn't be violating. We have to have a really robust appeal system in there where you can appeal against content that's been taken down or that our fact-checker is fact-checked if you think they got it wrong. Part of the IFCN standards for fact-checkers is that they have a transparent process for appeals. But that is not to say that our approach is perfect. That's not to say that we don't get it wrong sometimes. Certainly we do. And so making those systems work better is really important, but we certainly don't get it right every time. There are a few specific examples of content mentioned, of threats and things like that, that sound like they absolutely violate our community standards. Let's have a closer look at that. Let's be in touch, folks in the room, and see if we can get those examples to take a closer look. But based on the description, that absolutely sounds like it's something that should be coming down. We'd definitely like to follow up on that and make sure that we're on top of that. Yeah, so the arbiter of truth, it doesn't mean that we're not tackling misinformation. It doesn't mean we don't think it's important. It's that we believe misinformation is just a fundamentally different problem to something like hate speech. Again, if you go to our website, if you type in Meta Community Standards Hate Speech or Meta Community Standards Transparency Center Hate Speech, you can see a pretty exhaustive definition of how we define hate speech, right? It's designed to be as explicit, unambiguous, clear as it could possibly be. There's like 13 clauses and subclauses that give a pretty exhaustive definition, we think, of what hate speech is. And we can scale our systems across different languages all across the world to identify speech that fits those very precise categories and remove it. There is just no way to do that with misinformation. There is no way to say that a given claim is always false, right? Or that it's always harmful, and therefore we should always be removing it. The topic of misinformation is just completely different from South Africa to Sweden to South Korea. And so the kind of enforcement approaches that we might take with something like hate speech is just totally different with misinformation. It just requires so much more nuance, right? There is, to answer another question, no way to write a kind of comprehensive policy that says this exact misinformation we don't allow, right? Because it's just so context specific, it's so fast changing. The nature of truth, we're getting a bit abstract here, right? But it's just different to saying this or that isn't hate speech. And so the whole approach is designed to have local expertise. The independence is very much by design to make sure that a single company can never put pressure on any one single thing to be fact-checked, to be considered misinformation, right? And the IFCN external check every year makes sure that we're living up to those standards, that, you know, fact-checkers aren't targeting one side of the political agenda, or that a given set of views or claims from one side of society aren't getting fact-checked over others. There's also some downsides to that approach of having this very high bar for professionalism and transparency in our fact-checkers, requiring them to be certified by the IFCN. It's worth saying that we have, I think, by far the largest global fact-checking program of any social media platform or tech company by a long way. We've invested significant resources over many years, including across Africa. Certainly we have the biggest fact-checking partnership across Africa of any company operating in this space. It's also true that requiring our fact-checkers to be certified by the IFCN means that sometimes there just are no partners on the ground who have that certification, right, including in several SADC countries. Occasionally, you'll have a company like Africa Check, for example, a South African fact-checker, right, who will decide as an independent business to expand their business, to expand their fact-checking operation to cover another country, to set up an office there, a bureau, to have fact-checkers, often recruited from kind of journalistic backgrounds, right, doing that work on the ground. But if there isn't a local fact checker who's had that certification, and there isn't a regional or international fact checker who's elected as an independent business to expand there, it really does limit our options, unfortunately. That's definitely the trade-off of requiring this IFCN certification for fact checkers, but definitely get that perspective. Of course, we can still tackle other forms of misinformation that don't rely on fact checkers, right? Deep fakes, misleading, manipulated videos edited using AI and machine learning, that content, we can remove it. Misinformation where there's this risk of imminent physical harm or violence, where local civil society groups are telling us that a piece of content could lead to someone getting killed, we can still remove that content, absent fact checkers in Mozambique or wherever it might be in SADC, right? So we still have options to tackle this problem, but it's worth flagging that as a downside of this IFCN certification point. Conscious of time, I know we've got questions as well about WhatsApp and fake accounts. Let me pass to, actually, you know what, let me speak to WhatsApp just very quickly on misinfo, and then I'll pass to Dudu Esang. It's worth saying that WhatsApp is a different type of platform to Instagram and Facebook, right? It's end-to-end encrypted, meaning that our systems which automatically detect Facebook posts sharing the same false claim or sharing the same image, the way we automatically detect them, automatically demote them, automatically apply that label saying this is misinformation, it doesn't work in the same way on WhatsApp. Meta can't read the content of conversations happening on WhatsApp. So it's just a completely different type of technology. That's not to say that we're not tackling misinformation on WhatsApp. Many of our fact checkers around the world have dedicated WhatsApp operations, accounts that you can report content to as misinformation. They'll still go and write a fact check on it. But the intervention is not exactly the same due to that end-to-end encryption. But Dudu Esang will say more. Let me pass over to you in the room.
Thanks, Tom. Okay, so the issue of, I'm just jumping straight in because I think I'm keeping you from your lunch. So the issue of WhatsApp, as Tom mentioned, there's a reporting button. Most people don't know about it, but it's the only way that we can actually deal with content. So whether it's a voice note or something that is misleading people to a particular action, our approach is that we should actually be encouraging people to not pass along that information, including images of child abuse that people think they are raising awareness. It's not awareness, it's secondary victimization. So in your own constituencies, as well as if you need resources from us, happy to provide that information to show people that you actually just need to say report. It allows us the permission to go into your chat and start looking for that piece of content and get rid of it. Outside of that, we can't do so because the contract on WhatsApp is that this is privacy end-to-end, no Meta getting involved to look into anything. Moving on to information operations, takedown requests, and law enforcement. We have teams that work with law enforcement. We have teams that work with government stakeholders. We have teams that work with regulators and privacy regulators. Each of those entities or those kinds of institutions will work one-on-one with our teams on particular issues, whether it's for a data request, whether it's for flagging criminal activity, whether it's to alert us to the fact that there is violating content that should be coming down immediately on our platforms. We have dedicated channels for that. Happy to provide information for those who need details on how those actually work. I'm going to move to, I can't get into PFMA, but I'll move to, I think the other honorable member wanted to know something that Tom already touched on about different political opinions and how we navigate that space online. We don't actually get into the fora of opinions. We're looking for the lie, and we're looking for the things that are not supposed to be there. If it's debate, sometimes, unfortunately, even to the dismay of political actors in some other countries, we sometimes leave things on there that we feel are part of free speech and political debate, and it's sometimes a bit uncomfortable, but that's usually the approach we try to take. For things that we know to be factually wrong, like you're telling people they shouldn't drink a particular brand of water because they're gonna die. If we know this is wrong, then that's where we will start using the approach that Tom spoke about. There was a question around regulation and how the members could be supporting. We are 100% not opposed to regulation. In fact, we'll welcome it. The reason for this is our industry is reaching maturity. and it's reaching maturity without the relevant governance structures put in place. So regulation and policy for us provides us certainty. It means we know where the ballpark is in terms of where our responsibility lies and where the rest of society's responsibility lies. Because for us, technology is a multi-stakeholder situation. It's a reality that we're experiencing and sharing with everybody else. So if there are avenues to look at how digital skills, for example, can be improved and be embedded into the national curriculum, something like that would be vastly helpful. If we're looking at how turning people into digital citizens, both from a safety perspective, an education perspective, as well as a governance perspective, so knowing that if I share particular types of information off of the platform or on the platform, there's a mechanism that the platform can take, but there's also action that the state can take. So those kind of things will then help us to collaborate more effectively to keeping the internet a lot safer for everyone. And we do roll out programs like that, as I mentioned earlier. We've hit a target of about 20,000 learners to date, which we started in 2017. And these are multi-year projects that we run. We run them with NGOs that are in South African communities, specifically because they interface with the communities that use our platforms the most. I'm going to move to I think the lack of SADC fact checkers was touched on. It's mainly got to do with the IFC and accreditation. And most of the time we do encourage the bigger organizations to pull in the smaller partners. But from our end, because we need to be a lot more robust, and a lot of the smaller organizations are still training to become IFC and accredited. So when we create a partnership that is multi-pronged, we're able to include them. But we can't include them on the map until they're IFC and accredited. So that's the reason for that blank on the map there. And then I think a lot of the other issues were really around security concerns, limitations of tech, right? And the specific protections that folks are either not getting joy from interacting with us or not getting joy from using our platforms for political activities or social activities. There, I would love to direct you to our government's politics and advocacy website. Please, please do have a look. We have specific information that will tell you how to practically use our platforms as a politician or an NGO leader. So if you are engaged in public awareness campaigns and you do it organically from your general Facebook page, you are most likely to get a strike against you because we monitor political content a lot more than what we used to. However, there is a way in which you could do it. And so that website will tell you how you need to label your content, how you should set up your page, specifically so that our moderators don't take down what you are trying to create as public awareness content. So I would love to refer you to that. And then I think in terms of the reporting, what we're able to do and what we can't do, our Transparency Center is the final place that I'll direct you. Have a look. We publish quarterly reports about how we are enforcing our policies, how we are enforcing on scams, on fraud, on impersonation. We have a whole report on that. We have a report on how we are maintaining human rights. We have recently published a new report on business principles and human rights and how we are contributing to that. And like our peer companies, we also have our human rights impact assessment reports there and due diligence reports. So do have a look at those. And the rest of it is really just, getting in touch and letting us know where you think the gaps are, both whether for the public or for yourselves. We're available to take you through the necessary workshops that you might need to get you on top of everything. So I hope that covers it a bit.
Thank you, Meta, for that. We'll then now request TikTok to then have reflections on the observations that we made. TikTok.
Thank you, everyone and honorable members, for those observations. I think we touched on a lot of them in our presentation, so I guess it's just to re-emphasize some of them. As we said, we have an ongoing commitment to safety. We are the first to say that when it comes to safety, there's no finish line. We're constantly iterating, we're constantly taking in signal from all kinds of stakeholders, including government. To just touch on some of your specific questions, in terms of public service announcements and campaigns that government needs to run, like I said, we distinguish between political content and those kind of campaigns. So We have worked in the past with the IDC, Department of Tourism, Department of Sports and Arts and Culture. There are many different campaigns. We have a business unit that is specifically dedicated and has a government partner who is able to come and present. So I think that maybe what would help to this regard is if you could send me an email. I'm happy to organize a presentation, and then they take you through how you're able to run those kind of campaigns on the platform. Yeah, I know that other departments have already done so. We actually came and presented even to the GCIS in that very auditorium on these kind of campaigns and PSA approaches. So I think there's a bit of a misconception about that. And maybe, yeah, when we run the workshop, we can more better understand what you're trying to achieve from some of those campaigns and see whether the platform is a good place for them. In terms of consumer protection and awareness, we are constantly working together with government to try and roll out our skills development and our safety tools. So in SSA specifically, so in Sub-Saharan Africa, we have a campaign called Safer Together. We launched it in Nigeria, we've run it in Kenya, and here in South Africa, we've run it together with Web Rangers. We are also working together with the Department of Communications on their digital skills program to roll this out. We've also, I know that we're working in terms of doing it as part of gender-based violence workshops, because for us, we're not just looking at digital literacy. Like I said, we're looking at digital citizenry and being a responsible digital citizen. So often there's a little bit more information that we roll out there. We are very committed to ensuring that people on the platform are able to be as responsible as possible. In terms of the other questions, I think on misinformation and on some of the violations on the community guidelines, I'll hand over to Guy and Yuvanka. Guy, do you want to go first?
Yes. Hello, honourable members, everyone. Thank you for having us here, and I'd love to be there in person in South Africa. Unfortunately, I can't. But just to cover real brief on the misinformation element, just to reiterate, our peers at Meta quite eloquently highlighted some of the nuance between misinformation and disinformation. This is a complex area. My camera just went off. This is a complex area which we require a multi-pronged approach to, and likewise, third-party fact-checkers will play an integral role in that within our organisation also. At TikTok, we really emphasise integrity of the platform and authenticity in how information is spread. So as part of our proactive efforts into platform integrity, we also consider how information moves around the platform and user intent and how the information is spread as another layer on top of whether the content is true or false. So it's a complex area, and at the sharper end of that, in the higher complexity, higher harm element, is my team who works on influence operations, threat disruptions. So we focus on coordinated campaigns to influence a particular population for a particular strategic objective. Misinformation, disinformation may feature heavily in these campaigns, or it may not. It's more about the user behavior and how the content is spread for a particular end goal. So again, this is just an example of one of the complex areas that we work in, where it's dynamic, and information is dynamic, misinformation is dynamic, and we need to, just to emphasise and add to what's already been covered quite heavily by our Meta peers, that not only do we need to focus on a one-time judgment of the content of whether it's true or false, we also need to focus on user behavior also, and how that might be spread on platform, whilst preserving civic integrity and empowering our users to voice political opinions in an authentic way. That's That's it from me on misinformation. Happy to add anything further if you'd like. Thank you.
Thanks, Guy. I just want to add a little bit more on our sort of policy development approach. Our policies are basically developed by our trust and safety teams internally, and we make sure to sense check for it to be validated by any of our expert partner networks, so that we're confident that they support our communities and enhance everyone's experiences. So we try to take a holistic approach when we're building and refining these policies. For example, what are the cultural nuances and social values that we have to consider? What are the regulations we need to follow? We also consult with subject matter experts to understand what are the best practices, and also partner with NGOs and civil societies to understand lived experiences, which is an important step in making sure that our community guidelines and our policies are basically supportive of all the communities that are represented on TikTok. I think there was a question in regards to sort of online scams and ads. Whilst we want everyone to have access to information that can support them in making informed choices about their personal health and finance, we also want to make sure that people have a space where they can learn without any undue risk of physical or financial harm. So we do moderate content that involves goods or any activities that might be risky, addictive, dangerous, or fraudulent. So we do remove things like online scams when they do meet our threshold of our policies and community guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just want to add that a lot of this information is available on our Safety Center and our Guardians. You're able to see who a lot of our partners are. There's quite a lot of transparency on our website, and I'd encourage all of the members to visit those sources of information. There's quite a lot on how we do things there.
Okay, thank you very much to TikTok and Meta. Let's appreciate them once more. We are now going to have our lunch break. For those who are here, lunch is on the first floor again. So I propose we come back at 3 o'clock. And then we will have 3 presentations from SOS, Right to Know campaign, and MMA. Those will be our last presentations. I will request that we allow our honorable members to leave the room first, and we will then follow them. Thank you.